this. That, learning how to let go. You know what I mean? Just learning how to let go. Okay, just learning to let things go, to let people go. It's not easy, but I'm learning why. I have to just let go. We attract our wounds. You know what I'm saying? And I have to do my self-assessment to see what is this wound that was reflected back to me. Hold on.
Have you ever wondered why, once you awaken, love no longer feels like falling, but rising? Why those who have truly seen reality stop chasing the thrill of romance and instead embody love itself? Stay with me. This may change how you understand connection forever. Welcome to Shi Heng, E-Mind, Set, where awareness meets action and the journey inward becomes your greatest path forward. I am Shi Heng Yi. Let's explore the truth behind awakened love. Have you ever noticed how people spend their entire lives searching for love, believing that one day they will find someone who will make them feel whole, complete, and fulfilled? This search becomes their journey, their obsession, their silent prayer. Yet, the more they chase it, the more it seems to escape them. They fall in love, they fall out of love, and again they repeat the cycle, convinced that somewhere out there, the right person will finally make them feel at peace. But there comes a moment, a quiet, almost invisible moment, when something within shifts. It's not a decision, it's an awakening. And suddenly, love is no longer something to chase, but something that has always been there, waiting to be seen. When one truly awakens, love ceases to be an emotion that rises and falls. It ceases to depend on another person's presence, words, or validation. Instead, it becomes an unbroken current of being. Imagine standing by a lake before sunrise. The water is still, silent, and clear. The sky begins to lighten, and the reflection of the first light touches the surface. That moment of stillness, that merging of light and reflection, that is love. It is not the meeting of two beings, but the recognition of oneness that was always there. The awakened person does not look outward and say, "I love you because you make me feel alive." They look inward and realize, "I am love itself." And from that realization, every connection becomes sacred, not because of desire, but because of awareness. Before awakening, love often feels like a hunger. The heartache is for someone else to fill its emptiness. The mind creates a story, one of two souls meeting, healing, completing each other. It sounds beautiful, and in the dream of life, it can even feel divine. But underneath it lies a silent misunderstanding, the belief that love is something we get. The truth is, we never get love. We only experience it to the degree that we allow it to flow through us. When you awaken, this becomes crystal clear. You see that love has never been an external exchange. It is not a currency to be traded. It is your very nature, the essence that animates every heartbeat, every breath, every moment of presence. So when the awakened being meets another, they no longer fall into love. They stand in love. They don't get swept away by emotions because their center has become still. They love without needing. They give without expecting. And paradoxically, in that giving, they receive everything. To the unawakened, this might seem cold or detached, but it's not detachment, it's freedom. Freedom from clinging, from fear, from the endless highs and lows that once defined human romance. It is a love that remains even when the object of affection disappears, a love that continues even when life changes direction. When illusion dissolves, something profound is revealed. Most people don't fall in love with a person. They fall in love with the idea of that person, the reflection of their own longing. They see what they want to see. The awakened mind cannot be deceived in this way because it sees beyond the mask. It sees that what we call falling in love is often the ego's attempt to find meaning through another. It's a beautiful attempt, yes, but still a misunderstanding. Awakening burns away that misunderstanding. You realize that you were never missing a half. You were the whole, looking for itself through the eyes of another. And this realization doesn't make life dull, it makes it luminous. Every encounter becomes richer, more meaningful, because you no longer need anyone to make you feel complete. You start to love people not because of what they give, but because of what they are. Expressions of the same life that breathes through you. Love becomes a natural state of being, not an emotional transaction. You can hold someone close without fear of losing them, because you no longer believe that their presence defines your happiness. You can let them go without bitterness, because your peace was never borrowed from them. When you awaken, your heart stops falling and starts expanding. There is no longer the trembling excitement of infatuation, but instead a deep calm joy that does not depend on conditions. The awakened one no longer says, "I need you to make me feel loved." They say, "Because I am love, I can love you freely." There is a quiet strength in this, a beauty that cannot be shaken by time or circumstance. You realize that every act of love, whether toward a partner, a friend, or a stranger, is an act of remembering who you are. Before awakening, love feels like a climb towards something higher. After awakening, you see that there was nowhere to climb. You were already standing at the peak, but your eyes were closed. The search ends not because you found someone perfect, but because you found clarity. The illusion of separation dissolves, and what remains is pure connection. Connection with everything, not just with one person. You begin to see the divine in all forms, the smile of a stranger, the warmth of the sun, the sound of rain, the rhythm of your own breath. Love is no longer an emotion. It is existence itself recognizing itself. It's a subtle shift, but it changes everything. The heart that once begged to be filled now overflows. The mind that once feared rejection now finds peace in silence. The body that once trembled for attention now radiates calm. Love, in its awakened form, is not about passion, it is about presence. When two awakened beings meet, they do not complete each other. They reflect each other. They see the same light within, and they honor it without trying to possess it. That is the purest intimacy, an intimacy beyond words, beyond time, beyond attachment. And so, the awakened no longer fall in love, because falling implies losing balance, losing awareness. They have learned to walk on steady ground. They rise in love not because they reject the human experience, but because they have outgrown the illusion that love is found outside the self. They embody the truth that love is not a relationship. It is the rhythm of existence itself. And when you understand this, you stop searching for love stories and start living as love itself. When you awaken, love ceases to be something that happens between two hearts. It becomes the heartbeat of the universe within you. When the heart awakens to truth, something profound happens to the nature of attachment. What once felt like love is seen for what it often was, a subtle form of possession. People hold each other not just with their arms, but with invisible strings of expectation, fear, and desire. We call it care, we call it commitment, but beneath it often lies the quiet terror of losing what gives us comfort. The awakened one begins to see through this. They begin to notice how much of what we call love is actually an attempt to secure permanence in an impermanent world. But in that seeing, a new kind of freedom emerges. Not the freedom of indifference, but the freedom of trust. You realize that nothing and no one can truly belong to you, because life itself does not belong to you. The people you love are not possessions. They are travelers walking beside you for a time. To try to hold them forever is to fight the river of existence itself. When this truth sinks in, a deep peace replaces the anxiety of attachment. You can love deeply, yet remain untied. You can give fully, yet remain free. You stop demanding from others the impossible task of making you whole, and in return, you stop burdening yourself with the guilt of not being enough for them. This freedom does not create distance, it creates purity. When love is free of ownership, it becomes vast and luminous. It breathes. It moves without resistance. When you no longer cling, the energy that was once trapped in fear begins to circulate as compassion. The one who awakens does not need to control what comes and goes, because they see that everything that leaves creates space for something new to arrive. Every person who enters your life is a teacher, and every departure is a lesson. To awaken is to stop fighting these movements of the universe, to stop grasping at permanence, and to start flowing with what is. In this stillness, love begins to change its form. It shifts from emotional dependency into silent presence. Before awakening, love is loud, filled with promises, declarations, and constant reassurance. After awakening, it becomes quiet, steady, and radiant like the sun. You no longer need to say, "I love you," to prove it, because your presence itself becomes an expression of love. When you sit with someone in full awareness, without agenda or judgment, you are offering something far greater than affection. You are offering your being. This presence is not passive, it is powerful beyond measure. When two people meet in presence, time dissolves. There is no past, no future, no comparison. Only now. And in that now, love flourishes without fear. The awakened person no longer searches for the thrill of emotional intensity, because they have discovered a deeper intensity, the quiet fire of awareness itself. It is not the beating heart that defines their love, but the still space in which that heartbeat happens. Such love does not fluctuate with moods or conditions. It remains even when words fail, even when separation occurs. It does not demand to be seen, because it sees everything. It does not need to be returned, because it is complete within itself. The love that comes from presence does not say, "Be mine." It says, "Be free." It does not say, "Stay with me forever." It says, "May your path unfold in truth." It is not a bargain, but a blessing. This is why the awakened no longer fall in love. They rise in love. To fall is to lose awareness, to surrender control to emotion, to be swept away by illusion. But to rise in love is to stand firmly in consciousness and still allow the heart to open. It is a paradox. To be fully vulnerable, yet unshakably grounded. To feel everything deeply, yet remain unbroken. The awakened heart does not close itself to the world. It simply refuses to be enslaved by its fluctuations. When you rise in love, you no longer chase intensity. You seek depth. You are not drawn to someone because they excite your senses, but because they resonate with your stillness. You are not captivated by how they make you feel, but by how freely you can be yourself in their presence. Love becomes a spiritual practice, a mirror that reflects your own state of being. Every relationship becomes a temple, every interaction a meditation. You begin to see that love was never meant to be a drama, but a path to awakening. To rise in love means to meet another from fullness, not from lack. It means to give without asking for a return, to listen without needing to respond, to support without trying to fix. In rising love, two souls do not bind each other, they liberate each other. They walk together not because they need to, but because their journeys align in truth. When one rises, the other rises too, and in that shared elevation, there is no dependency, only resonance. This form of love is rare because it cannot be understood by the mind. It can only be lived through awareness. The mind wants to measure, to define, to possess. But awareness simply witnesses. It allows everything to be as it is. In that allowance, love reveals its truest face. Infinite, formless, eternal. You begin to realize that love is not between two people. It is the space in which two people meet. It is not a story with a beginning and end. It is the silence before the story even begins. To live in this awareness is to live in continuous awe. You no longer ask, who will love me? You ask, how can I remain as love itself? Every moment becomes an opportunity to express it. Not through grand gestures, but through the smallest acts of attention. The way you breathe, the way you walk, the way you look at the world, all become reflections of the love that lives in you. This love heals not by touching others, but by awakening them to their own wholeness. The awakened heart no longer fears loss, because it sees that love can never be lost. What disappears is only form, not essence. People come and go, moments rise and fade, but the awareness that holds them remains untouched. This understanding transforms pain into wisdom, longing into gratitude, and separation into serenity. The awakened one smiles, not because everything is perfect, but because they have stopped asking it to be. Love in its awakened state is a quiet revolution. It ends the inner war between need and fear. It teaches you that to let go is not to lose, but to honor what is real. And when you live from that space, you realize that you are no longer seeking love. You are embodying it. Every breath you take becomes an offering to existence itself. There comes a point in the journey of awareness where something subtle yet revolutionary happens within the heart. The energy that once rushed toward desire, that once clung and grasped, begins to soften. What once was an urgent need to have, to hold, to possess, becomes a quiet and sacred appreciation for what is. It's as if love begins to breathe again after being suffocated by years of expectation. You stop reaching outward and start seeing the beauty in simply witnessing. Desire turns into appreciation. The fever of wanting cools into the serenity of seeing clearly. When you live unconsciously, desire feels like life itself. You chase what excites you, what promises happiness, what lights a temporary fire in your mind. You mistake the burning for warmth, the hunger for love. You believe that to love means to want more time, more attention, more reassurance. Yet every time you get what you want, the satisfaction fades like morning mist. And so the cycle begins again, craving rising from the ashes of fulfillment. But when awakening touches the heart, desire begins to lose its grip. You start to see that wanting is not love, it is resistance to the present moment. True love does not reach forward, it rests fully here. When you appreciate, you no longer try to take something from the moment. You simply allow it to be complete as it is. You see a flower and do not rush to pluck it. You watch the sunset without needing to capture it. You hold someone's hand without fearing when it will let go. Appreciation is love without the hunger to own. It is love that bows in reverence rather than reaching in grasping. The more you appreciate, the less you fear loss. You begin to understand that love's purpose is not to give you what you want, but to awaken you to what you already are. This shift from desire to appreciation transforms relationships, friendships, and even the way you move through the world. When you stop approaching others with an unspoken demand, complete me, reassure me, never leave me, something miraculous happens. People can finally breathe around you. They no longer feel the invisible pressure of your expectation. They sense your presence instead of your need. Your energy stops pulling and starts radiating. Love turns from magnetism into light. You no longer trap beauty by trying to hold it. You let it flow freely through you. This kind of love doesn't fade with time because it is not built on excitement. Excitement has a beginning and an end, but appreciation is endless. You can appreciate the same sunrise 1,000 times and still feel wonder. You can see your partner's face after years and still feel gratitude because you're not comparing them to an ideal. You're seeing them as they are, in this moment, new and alive. That is the miracle of awareness. It makes the ordinary sacred again. Every moment becomes a temple, every encounter a revelation. When love matures into appreciation, grasping turns into gratitude. Gratitude is not a reaction, it is a way of seeing. It's the vision that recognizes life as a continuous gift. When gratitude becomes your natural state, you no longer measure what is missing, you see what is overflowing. You no longer ask, why is this happening to me? You whisper, what is this teaching me? Every joy becomes a blessing, and every pain becomes a guide. Gratitude opens your heart wider than desire ever could, because desire closes around what it wants, but gratitude opens to everything. The awakened heart lives in this openness. It does not chase, it invites. It does not demand, it welcomes. It does not cling, it celebrates. There is no exhaustion in this love because there is no resistance in it. To appreciate life is to love it without conditions. You don't need it to change before you feel peace. You are already at peace, and from that peace, love naturally flows. When this transformation happens, something else awakens within you, a new kind of connection with existence itself. You stop chasing connection, you start being connection. The old way of love was like two waves trying to crash into each other, desperate to merge. The new way is like two waves remembering they belong to the same ocean. You realize you were never separate from anyone or anything. The boundaries you believed in, between self and other, between you and the world, start to dissolve. The mind, which once divided, now bows before the truth of unity. To be connection means to live as openness itself. You no longer need someone to understand you in order to feel understood, because you have learned to listen to silence. You no longer need constant presence to feel close, because you have become presence. Every person you meet becomes an extension of yourself, not in a possessive way, but in awareness. You see their joy as your joy, their pain as your pain, because you recognize the same consciousness breathing through both. Most people see connection like they are trying to build a bridge between two islands. They think, I am here, you are there, and love will bring us together. But the awakened heart sees there were never two islands. The separation was imagined. Connection was not something to be built, it was something to be remembered. When you live in this truth, loneliness disappears. You can be alone, but never isolated, silent, but never empty. Even in solitude, you feel surrounded by life itself, because you have become life itself. In this state, relationships stop being transactions and become transmissions. You no longer meet others to fill your emptiness, but to share your fullness. You no longer enter conversations to be right, but to understand. You stop comparing, competing, and defending. Love becomes effortless because there is nothing to protect and nothing to prove. You realize that the deepest connection requires no words at all. It is the space of stillness that exists between two people who no longer need to perform for each other. When you start being connection, your entire way of living transforms. You walk differently. You speak differently. You listen differently. You don't just hear words, you feel the silence behind them. You don't just look at faces, you sense the life moving behind their eyes. This awareness creates a magnetic calm around you. People feel safe near you, not because you promise anything, but because you radiate presence. Your energy says, You are allowed to be as you are. That is the most powerful connection of all. One that requires nothing but truth. As this understanding deepens, the heart begins to ask a question that changes everything. The question is no longer, who will love me? But, how may I love? This is the moment when love stops being a need and becomes a gift. It is the moment when the heart matures from dependency to divinity. To ask, who will love me? Is to remain a beggar at the gate of life. To ask, how may I love? Is to realize you were the gate all along. This shift is the birth of true freedom. When love becomes your offering instead of your craving, you become limitless. You are no longer afraid of rejection because you are no longer asking for anything. You love because that is your nature, not because it guarantees a reward. You become like the sun, shining without question, giving warmth without calculation. Even if clouds appear, your light remains unchanged because it no longer depends on recognition. When you ask, how may I love? You begin to see love as service. Not service in the sense of duty or sacrifice, but in the sense of sacred participation in life. Every moment becomes a chance to express what you are made of. Kindness, patience, compassion. You stop waiting for special occasions to show love, because life itself becomes the occasion. Every conversation is an opportunity to heal. Every encounter is an invitation to awaken. To live like this requires great strength, because it means loving even when others do not understand. It means offering peace when the world offers noise. It means giving light in the presence of shadow. But this strength does not come from effort. It comes from clarity. When you see that love is not something you do, but something you are, you stop running out of it. The source becomes infinite. There is a mystery in this question. How may I love? Because every time you ask it sincerely, the universe answers. Sometimes it answers through joy, sometimes through pain, sometimes through silence. It might place you in situations that test your patience, or bring people who challenge your ego, not to punish you, but to polish you. Each encounter becomes a mirror showing where love still needs to grow within you. The more you love consciously, the more you discover that love was never about the other person. It was always your own awakening reflected back to you. This understanding does not make love less passionate, it makes it more real. Passion that burns from ego fades quickly. Passion that flows from awareness becomes eternal. It is not the rush of emotion, but the depth of devotion. You can look into the eyes of another and feel the same peace you feel in meditation, because in that moment you are not seeking. You are seeing. You are not taking. You are giving. You are not falling. You are rising. When the question, how may I love, guides your life, even the smallest act becomes divine. A smile becomes a prayer. A kind word becomes a bridge. A moment of silence becomes communion. You begin to realize that love was never meant to be dramatic. It was meant to be constant. You stop looking for love in moments of intensity and start finding it in moments of simplicity. The breath, the pause, the gaze, the stillness. Every experience begins to serve the same purpose, to expand your capacity to love. Pain teaches tenderness. Loss teaches gratitude. Loneliness teaches connection. Every time your heart breaks, it is not a punishment but an opening, a way for love to flow through you more freely. You begin to thank even the wounds because they carved out space for light to enter. To live this way is to live as a continuous question, a living inquiry into love itself. Not a concept, not an ideal, but a living vibration moving through everything you are. You no longer need answers because the asking itself becomes the path. Every breath whispers, how may I love? And every heartbeat responds by being what I am. And in that silent dialogue between question and answer, the awakened heart finds its eternal home. when the heart begins to awaken, it starts to see the hidden roots of its pain. For most of our lives, what we call love has carried within it a quiet shadow, the fear of loss. This fear is so subtle that we often mistake it for care, for depth, for intensity. We tell ourselves that we love deeply because we worry deeply, because we cling, because we suffer when the other is gone. Yet beneath that suffering lies the truth that what we fear losing is not the other, but the sense of self that we built around them. When someone leaves, when something changes, the identity we created through that relationship begins to tremble. The awakened heart sees this trembling clearly, and in that clarity, the fear begins to dissolve. You start to understand that no one can truly be lost, because no one was ever truly possessed. Love does not vanish when form changes, only attachment does. The fear of loss was born from illusion. The illusion that love is fragile, that it can be taken, that it depends on the continuity of a story. But love is not a story. It is the space in which all stories rise and fall. When this truth dawns on you, the grip of fear begins to loosen. You stop holding so tightly, not because you care less, but because you see that there is nothing to hold. The awakening heart looks at impermanence not as a threat, but as the heartbeat of existence. Everything that comes must go. Everything that rises must fall. And in that movement lies the rhythm of life itself. To love within this rhythm is to love freely. It is to love without demanding forever. It is to embrace each moment of connection as complete in itself, not as a promise of permanence. When you love this way, there is no anxiety, because you are not trying to control the flow. You are flowing with it. The fear of loss was never about love. It was about ownership. It was the ego's attempt to capture the infinite in a single form. But when the illusion of ownership fades, what remains is pure devotion, a love that no longer trembles in the face of change. You can watch someone walk away and still feel gratitude. You can face endings without bitterness. You can lose everything and still feel whole. This is not numbness. It is the highest form of presence. You are no longer attached to what was, because you are fully alive in what is. And when the fear of loss disappears, something else disappears with it. The endless drama that once surrounded love. The awakened heart discovers that love no longer needs to express itself through turbulence, through emotional highs and lows, through the chaos of unmet expectations. It becomes still, it becomes quiet, it becomes vast. The mind once believed that the more dramatic the relationship, the more meaningful it was. But that drama was not love. It was ego playing with shadows. The awakened one sees this clearly and steps out of the game. Love in its awakened form has no drama because it has no ego to defend. It doesn't need to prove its worth through conflict. It doesn't measure closeness by intensity of emotion. It doesn't seek attention, it offers attention. It doesn't compete, it understands. When you no longer identify with the ego, you no longer need to win arguments, to be right, to be seen as the good one, the loving one, the victim, or the savior. You love because it is your nature, not because it fulfills a role. And in this naturalness, peace is born. Drama was the language of the unconscious, the mind trying to feel alive through conflict. The awakened heart feels alive through stillness. There is no longer the need to create storms to feel movement. Silence becomes rich, pauses become sacred, and simplicity becomes powerful. You stop reacting to every thought, every mood, every shift in the other. You begin to listen, not just to words, but to the silence beneath them. You start to see that most conflicts were never between you and another person. They were between your expectations and reality. When expectation dissolves, peace enters. This peace does not mean absence of emotion. It means emotions flow without resistance. Anger, sadness, joy. They all move through you like clouds across the sky, but none of them define you. The drama that once consumed you now becomes the teaching that frees you. You see that every moment of chaos in love was pointing you toward stillness. Every heartbreak was an initiation into awareness. Every argument was a mirror showing you the parts of yourself still longing to be seen. When you awaken, you stop fighting the mirror and start learning from it. This understanding leads to a deeper revelation, the realization that every person you meet is a reflection of the same consciousness. The mind wants to believe in separation. I am here, you are there. I am right, you are wrong. I love you, you love me. But the awakened heart knows that beneath all these dualities, there is only one essence expressing itself through countless forms. Every face you see, every voice you hear, every hand you hold is the same life wearing a different disguise. When you truly see this, judgment disappears. How can you judge another when you realize they are you, walking in a different story? How can you hate someone when you see that their ignorance is simply your own ignorance reflected back to you? You begin to move through the world with compassion, not as a virtue, but as a natural response. Compassion becomes the way your awareness breathes. The one who has awakened no longer says, I love you because you are mine, or I forgive you because you deserve it. They say, I love you because you are me. I forgive you because I understand. This understanding doesn't make you passive. It makes you profoundly alive. You no longer turn away from suffering, but you no longer drown in it. You stand in the middle of life, open-eyed and open-hearted, knowing that everything you encounter is the same consciousness meeting itself. In the light of this awareness, relationships transform completely. They are no longer based on need or identity. They become vehicles for awakening. You see your partner not as someone to complete you, but as someone to reflect you. Their behavior, their energy, their presence becomes a mirror for your own state of consciousness. When they act with love, you feel gratitude. When they act with pain, you feel compassion. Either way, you learn. Every moment becomes a teaching, every interaction a meditation. Seeing others as mirrors doesn't mean allowing disrespect or staying in suffering. It means recognizing that even pain has a message. When you stop resisting the lessons, you start evolving faster. You stop asking, why are they like this? And start asking, what is life showing me through this? You become a student of existence itself. This shift brings an end to blame. You realize that everyone acts from their level of awareness, and expecting someone asleep to behave as if they are awake only brings frustration. So instead of demanding change, you embody it. When you embody awareness, people around you begin to change, not because you push them, but because your presence makes them remember something forgotten within themselves. They feel your stillness, and it stirs their own. They feel your peace, and it invites theirs to surface. This is the silent teaching of awakened love. It doesn't preach, it radiates. It doesn't convince, it reveals. In this light, even the most difficult relationships become sacred. The ones that hurt you the most become the ones that awaken you the deepest. The ones that trigger you become your greatest teachers. The ones who misunderstand you become the mirrors of your patience. You start to see that every encounter, pleasant or painful, is life trying to expand your heart. Love becomes not an escape from pain, but the courage to face it with open eyes. When you realize that everyone is a reflection of the same consciousness, the walls between self and other crumble. You begin to sense the same awareness looking out through different eyes, breathing through different lungs, feeling through different hearts. The illusion of separation collapses like mist under sunlight. You look at a stranger and recognize eternity. You listen to someone's story and hear your own. This recognition changes everything. There is no longer me and them. There is only us. There is only this. In this oneness, love becomes infinite because it no longer flows from one point to another. It flows from itself to itself. You become a vessel of that flow. You speak gently, not because you are trying to be kind, but because harshness would feel unnatural. You forgive quickly, not because it's moral, but because resentment feels heavy and untrue. You love freely, not because others deserve it, but because withholding love feels like holding your breath. As awareness deepens, you stop trying to fix others because you see there was never anything wrong with them, only unawareness clouding their essence. You stop trying to change the world from frustration and start serving it from clarity. You begin to live as a reflection of the truth you have discovered, that all of existence is one consciousness exploring itself through endless forms. You stop saying, "My life," because you realize there is only life expressing itself through you. This realization doesn't make you detached from human experience. It makes you fully human for the first time. You laugh more easily because you see the cosmic play in everything. You cry more deeply because you feel the pain of others as your own. You move through the world with gentleness, not out of weakness, but out of understanding. You no longer seek specialness because you know everything is sacred. In the eyes of the awakened, there are no strangers, there are no enemies. There are only expressions of the same life, each carrying a fragment of the same mystery. When you speak, you are speaking to yourself. When you listen, you are listening to yourself. This is not philosophy, it is direct experience. It is the simple recognition that the one who loves, the one who is loved, and the love itself are not three, they are one. And when you live in this knowing, peace ceases to be a practice and becomes your nature. The fear of loss cannot survive because there is no or other to lose. The drama of the ego cannot survive because there is no self to defend. Only love remains, quiet, unshakable, infinite. When the veil of illusion begins to thin, a profound transformation occurs in the way love is experienced. The love that once fluctuated with conditions, that once rose and fell with circumstances, becomes steady, vast, and unconditional. Most people, before awakening, believe that love must be earned or deserved, that it must be proven or protected. They say, "I love you because," and then follow it with a reason. But the moment love depends on a reason, it becomes fragile because reasons can change. When awareness deepens, love loses its dependence on reason. It stops being a trade of emotions and becomes the natural fragrance of existence itself. It doesn't say, "I love you if you are kind, if you stay, if you understand me." It simply says, "I love because love is what I am." This realization is not learned from books or spiritual concepts. It emerges from seeing directly how conditional love has created suffering. You begin to notice how every expectation builds an invisible cage, how every demand for reciprocation quietly poisons the purity of connection. The ego tries to protect itself by saying, "I will love you as long as it feels safe, as long as I get something back." But awareness exposes this pattern and whispers, "True love does not need to feel safe because it does not fear loss." It is not a feeling that comes and goes. It is a state of being that remains even in silence, even in distance, even when the story between two people ends. When love becomes unconditional, it stops being personal. This does not mean it becomes cold or detached. It means it expands beyond the limits of identity. The heart no longer says, "This person is mine." It says, "This person is life itself appearing before me." You start to see that the one you love is not separate from the rest of existence. The same light that shines through their eyes shines through every form, every being, every moment. You stop drawing boundaries around who deserves your love. Love ceases to be selective because awareness cannot divide. The sun does not choose which flowers to warm. It shines on all without preference. When love matures into this state, it does not weaken connection. It deepens it beyond measure. The ego fears that unconditional love will make it vulnerable, that it will be taken advantage of, that it will lose control. But awakening reveals the opposite, that unconditional love is the highest strength because it cannot be broken. Conditional love can be threatened, manipulated, or withdrawn. Unconditional love is untouchable because it comes from an inner abundance, not from lack. It is not something you give, it is something that flows through you. You become a vessel, a channel through which life itself expresses its affection. To live this way is to walk through the world as a presence of peace. You no longer need others to act a certain way for your heart to remain open. You can stand in the midst of misunderstanding, rejection, or chaos and still feel the pulse of love beating quietly within you. You realize that love does not need agreement. It only needs awareness. You can disagree with someone and still hold them in compassion. You can walk away from someone and still wish them well. This is the freedom that arises when love is no longer bound by the ego's conditions. And in that freedom, a new quality of perception awakens. The understanding that to love someone truly means to allow them to be free. Possession is not love. It is fear wearing love's mask. It says, stay close so I can feel secure. Be mine so I can feel valuable. But genuine love has no chains. It says, you are not mine, and I am not yours. We are both the same vast sky, temporarily meeting in form. When you see this, your relationships become lighter, more alive. You no longer carry the weight of control or the burden of constant reassurance. You no longer imprison others in your expectations. Instead, you give them space to unfold into who they are meant to become. This freedom is not neglect. It is respect for the sacred autonomy of the soul. When you love someone in awareness, you honor their path, even when it moves away from yours. You trust that love does not end when paths diverge. It simply changes its expression. You stop trying to freeze the river of connection and start flowing with its movement. The ego fears letting go because it believes that to let go means to lose. But the awakened heart knows that letting go is the purest form of love. It says, I love you enough to let you be. In this space of freedom, love becomes a quiet celebration instead of a constant negotiation. You find joy in the happiness of others without needing to be its source. You delight in their growth, even when it takes them beyond your reach. You no longer measure love by proximity, but by presence. You could be separated by distance, time, or even silence, yet feel the same connection because it is no longer dependent on form. You begin to realize that love, when freed from attachment, does not shrink, it expands until it includes everything. When love reaches this state of awareness, it transforms again. It becomes peace. Most people think love and peace are separate, that love is passion and peace is absence. But the awakened heart discovers that they are one and the same. Passion without awareness burns and fades. Peace without love becomes indifference. True love is the meeting of both. The fire of devotion held within the stillness of understanding. It is not excitement, it is equilibrium. It does not intoxicate, it clarifies. It is not the rush of desire, but the quiet radiance of being fully present. When love becomes peace, it no longer demands expression through words or actions. It simply is. It can sit in silence for hours without losing warmth. It can exist in solitude without feeling lonely. It can endure change without resistance. This is the love that holds the entire universe together. The silent intelligence that moves the stars, that breathes through the trees, that beats within every heart. It does not speak of romance or relationship, it speaks of existence itself. In this peace, the mind becomes quiet because it no longer searches for meaning in others. The search that once fueled longing now finds its home within. You realize that what you were always seeking through another was a reflection of your own essence. You were not trying to find love. You were trying to remember it. Every heartbreak, every disappointment, every loss was life's way of turning you back toward your own heart. When you rest in that realization, you stop chasing and start radiating. Peaceful love is not cold or detached. It is warm in its stillness, steady in its kindness, unwavering in its depth. It does not react to life. It responds with awareness. When someone speaks with anger, peaceful love listens. When someone withdraws, peaceful love remains calm. It does not take things personally because it sees beyond personality. It recognizes that everyone is acting from their current state of consciousness, and therefore, no one is truly against you. They are only lost in their own inner weather. Seeing this, your compassion deepens, and your need to defend disappears. When love is peace, relationships become sanctuaries instead of battlefields. You stop trying to fix others and instead create an atmosphere where they can heal themselves. You bring stillness into the room and others feel it without knowing why. They sense that they can drop their masks around you because you no longer wear one yourself. You are not playing roles. You are simply present. Presence is the purest form of love because it asks for nothing. It is the space where transformation naturally occurs. Peaceful love also teaches patience. The world moves fast, but the awakened heart moves slowly, deliberately, with grace. It knows that everything unfolds in its own time. It doesn't rush to force change because it trusts in the intelligence of life. When you live in this awareness, you stop chasing outcomes and start honoring processes. You understand that love's work is often invisible. It happens in the pauses, in the silences, in the waiting. There is no urgency because there is no lack. To live in such peace is not to escape from life, but to embrace it completely. You still feel joy and sorrow, gain and loss, beginnings and endings, but none of them disturb your center. You experience emotions fully, yet you remain untouched by them. This does not make you indifferent, it makes you deeply alive. The waves of life continue, but you have become the ocean beneath them. And from that depth, you can love more freely than ever before. Peaceful love is also profoundly humble. It does not need recognition. It doesn't announce itself, doesn't decorate itself with grand gestures or declarations. It moves quietly, like the wind that carries fragrance through the air. You might never notice it, but it changes everything it touches. The awakened heart no longer asks to be seen because it sees everything. It no longer seeks to be loved because it knows itself as love. In this state, you start to see beauty everywhere. Not the kind of beauty that dazzles the eyes, but the kind that awakens the soul. The beauty of an old face that has seen both joy and grief. The beauty of a stranger's kindness. The beauty of a tear falling in silence. Everything begins to shine with the same sacred light, because you are seeing it from stillness, not from desire. This is what it means to see with the eyes of love, to look without wanting, to touch without taking, to feel without fear. And so, love becomes peace, and peace becomes love, until you can no longer tell where one ends and the other begins. You move through the world quietly, carrying a presence that comforts without words, heals without effort, teaches without trying. You no longer fall in love. You no longer rise in love. You are in love, steady and endless. And from that being, everything you touch, everything you see, everything you breathe becomes an expression of that same infinite peace. There comes a moment in one's awakening when the search for meaning begins to dissolve. What once felt like an endless quest to find purpose outside yourself turns into a quiet realization that meaning was never something to be found. It was something to be remembered. The world teaches us that purpose lies in what we achieve, what we own, or who we become in the eyes of others. We chase recognition, love, and belonging, believing that fulfillment will arrive once something falls into place. Yet when awareness deepens, that illusion cracks. You begin to see that no matter how much you accumulate, titles, relationships, success, the sense of completion never lasts. It fades, and the search begins again. This endless cycle is what keeps humanity restless. But when you awaken, restlessness turns into stillness. The realization dawns that you were never incomplete to begin with. You were simply unaware of your own wholeness. The mind resists this truth because it has been conditioned to identify itself through doing. It whispers, "If I stop striving, I will lose myself." But what you lose is only the false self, the collection of stories, fears, and ambitions that you mistook for identity. When the layers of illusion fall away, what remains is not emptiness, but vastness. You discover that life does not need your control to be meaningful. Meaning arises naturally when you live with awareness. Every breath, every act, every moment becomes sacred because it is lived consciously. You stop measuring life by milestones and start experiencing it as a continuous unfolding. There is no finish line, no prize to claim, only the infinite beauty of now. In this state, even the smallest action carries immense significance. The way you walk, the way you speak, the way you look at another being, each becomes an expression of your inner state. You no longer act to impress, but to express the harmony within you. When you are fully present, even silence speaks louder than words. You begin to notice that the universe is not random or chaotic, it is deeply intelligent. Everything that happens, whether joyous or painful, carries a lesson, a mirror reflecting some part of your own consciousness. When you see life this way, resistance fades. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and instead begin to ask, "What is this showing me?" Every experience becomes a teacher. To live in this awareness is to see that purpose is not a destination, but a vibration. It is not something you find after years of effort. It is something that flows through you when you align with truth. The flower does not try to bloom, it simply responds to the sun. The bird does not calculate the direction of the wind, it simply spreads its wings. When you live in harmony with what is, you move effortlessly. The awakened being does not chase purpose, they embody it. Their purpose is not separate from their presence. Just by being who they are, they bring light into the world. As awareness deepens, another transformation takes place, the understanding that solitude is not loneliness. Before awakening, silence feels like emptiness. The absence of noise, distraction, or company can feel uncomfortable, even frightening. But as consciousness matures, solitude becomes sacred. It becomes the space where you meet your own essence without distortion. You begin to realize that silence is not the absence of sound, it is the presence of everything. Beneath the noise of the world, beneath the constant movement of thought, there exists a still field of awareness that has never been disturbed. When you touch that space, loneliness disappears because you see that you were never separate from life. In solitude, you stop seeking validation. You stop needing the world to confirm your worth because you feel the quiet pulse of being that has always been whole. You realize that the true companionship you were searching for was not with another person, but with your own consciousness. To sit in solitude is not to be alone, it is to sit in the presence of the infinite. In that stillness, you feel connected to everything. The rustle of leaves, the whisper of wind, the rhythm of your breath. You understand that the universe is not outside you, it lives within you. When solitude becomes your friend, you move through the world differently. You no longer rush to fill silence with conversation because you are no longer afraid of your own thoughts. You no longer cling to relationships out of fear of emptiness because your heart is already full, and because you no longer depend on others to complete you. You can finally love them freely. Your relationships become purer, lighter, and filled with genuine presence. You can give without losing yourself, because you know where your center is. You can be with others without being consumed by them, because your stillness anchors you in truth. Yet solitude is not withdrawal from life, it is preparation for deeper connection. When you emerge from silence, you carry its peace with you. You no longer react to chaos because you have discovered the calm beneath it. You listen more deeply, speak more consciously, and act with clarity instead of impulse. The awakened one does not need isolation to feel peaceful. They bring peace into every space they enter. Solitude was never meant to be an escape, it is a return. It brings you back to the source from which all love, all clarity, all wisdom arises. As this understanding deepens, a final layer of awakening unfolds, the merging of self and existence. You begin to realize that there is no boundary between you and life. What you called I was never separate. It was always part of the vast intelligence that animates everything. The wind that moves through the trees, the waves that crash against the shore, the fire that warms and destroys, all of it is the same essence expressing itself in infinite forms. You are not a fragment of this universe. You are the universe becoming aware of itself through a human form. When this truth dawns, fear dissolves. How can you fear life when you are life itself? How can you feel lost when there is nowhere to go outside of what you already are? You realize that every moment, every breath, every encounter is part of a perfect unfolding. Even pain becomes sacred because it reveals depth. Even death loses its sting because it is no longer an ending. It is a transformation of form. What dies is only the temporary. What remains is the eternal awareness that has been watching it all. In this state, the distinction between spiritual and ordinary life vanishes. There is no difference between meditation and movement, between stillness and action. Everything becomes one continuous act of awareness. Washing dishes, speaking to a stranger, watching the sunset, all become gateways into the same silent truth. You no longer need to retreat to find divinity, because divinity breathes through every gesture. You no longer need to seek enlightenment, because you see that it was never something to attain. It was the nature of your being all along. And yet, this realization does not make you distant from the world. It makes you more intimate with it. When you see yourself in everything, compassion becomes effortless. You cannot harm another without feeling the echo of that harm within yourself. You cannot turn away from suffering because you understand it as your own reflection. But this compassion is not heavy. It is light, joyful, grounded in wisdom. You no longer carry the world as a burden. You embrace it as a dance. In this dance, there is no dancer and no movement, only the flow of life expressing itself moment by moment. You act, but there is no doer. You love, but there is no lover. You speak, but there is no speaker. Everything happens spontaneously, guided by the intelligence of existence. This is freedom, not the freedom to do whatever you want, but the freedom from the illusion that you are the one doing. When the sense of separation dissolves, life becomes effortless. The same energy that moves the stars moves through your breath. The same silence that holds the cosmos listens through your awareness. This merging does not strip you of individuality, it refines it. You still have a name, a body, a story, but you no longer mistake them for who you are. You play your role fully, yet you know it is a role. You can laugh, cry, succeed, fail, love, lose, and still remain rooted in the knowing that beneath it all, nothing real is ever lost. The awakened being does not escape humanity. They embody it fully, but without attachment. They are both everything and nothing at once, grounded in form but free from it. From this place, gratitude flows naturally. You stop asking life to give you more, because you realize that everything it has ever given, the pain, the joy, the confusion, the clarity, was a gift pointing you back to truth. Gratitude is no longer a practice. It becomes your natural state. You wake up each day and feel thankful not for what you have, but for the miracle of simply being. You breathe, and that is enough. You look at the world, and every leaf, every face, every sound feels sacred. This is where the journey leads, not to a place beyond the world, but into the heart of it. When you awaken, you don't rise above life, you sink deeply into it. You walk through the same streets, speak the same words, meet the same people, but your vision has changed. You see everything bathed in light. The ordinary becomes extraordinary because you finally see it without the filters of desire and fear. Life stops being something to conquer or survive, it becomes something to celebrate. And so, the awakened one moves through existence silently, joyfully, with eyes that see and a heart that knows. They do not fall in love, they live as love. They do not seek purpose, they move as purpose. They do not fear solitude, they rest in it. They do not resist change, they the change. To the world they may appear calm, mysterious, perhaps even distant, but within them burns a light that is both ancient and new. A light that sees through illusion and calls everything by its true name, One. When the journey through illusion comes to its quiet close, what remains is a silence that speaks louder than all words. The search for love, purpose, peace, and understanding dissolves into a single, timeless awareness. You realize that nothing was ever missing. Every longing, every joy, every heartbreak was part of a greater, unfolding designed to lead you back to yourself. The awakened heart no longer reaches outward for completion because it has discovered that it is the source from which everything arises. Love is no longer something to fall into. It becomes the very space in which all things live. In this stillness, the boundaries between self and existence blur. You no longer see yourself as a fragment, struggling to belong. You see that you have always been part of the whole. Every person you meet, every moment you experience, every breath you take is life recognizing itself through infinite forms. Suffering turns to wisdom, desire transforms into devotion, and what once felt like chaos reveals itself as divine order. You begin to live not through striving, but through surrender, not through control, but through awareness. There is no longer the need to define, to defend, to chase. You walk gently through the world, fully present, yet untouched by its storms. The past loses its grip, the future its pull, and all that remains is the radiant simplicity of now. Every act becomes sacred, not because of what it achieves, but because of the consciousness behind it. Love, once tangled in fear and attachment, now flows freely, boundless and unconditional. In this realization, peace ceases to be a destination. It becomes your natural rhythm. You look around and see that everything you once sought was already here, waiting for your eyes to truly open. The awakened one does not escape life. They embrace it completely. They do not seek to be special. They seek to be real. They live not to become something greater, but to remember that they already are. And as awareness deepens, a quiet truth emerges. Awakening is not an end. It is the beginning of truly living. To see the world as it is, to love without possession, to move without fear, to breathe without expectation. This is freedom. This is the essence of being awake. The awakened no longer fall in love because they have become love itself, vast, still, and eternal. Sometimes, the loudest transformation is the one no one hears, except the angels. There is a kind of woman who doesn't force her way through the world. She doesn't manipulate outcomes or beg for attention. Yet somehow, life opens for her. People are drawn to her presence, not because she performs, but because she is aligned. She is not always the loudest in the room, but she is the most rooted. And what surrounds her is not just admiration, it is protection. It is presence. It is what many of us forget to notice in our fast, moving lives. Divine support born from deep stillness. In Eastern philosophy, it is taught that the quiet heart becomes the dwelling place of heavenly forces. And modern neuroscience agrees. When the nervous system is regulated, when the brain enters coherence, we enter a state where insight, intuition, and clarity arrive. It is not fantasy, it is physiology. It is not magic, it is maturity. And that woman you see walking with grace through adversity, holding dignity in her silence, she is not alone.
Bro, that is not the what I wanted to look at. Why are these doing that? I don't understand.
Can you truly love someone without needing them to stay? What if real love isn't about holding on, but about letting go with peace? The question is, do you love from freedom or from fear of loss? Welcome to Shi, Hengi Mind Set, where we train not only the body, but the mind and spirit to live with balance, awareness, and unconditional strength. When you look at the nature of love, what do you truly see? Is it the feeling that warms the heart, or is it the quiet force that allows another to simply be? Love, in its purest form, is not about possession. It is not a cage you build to keep someone close, but rather a space you open so that both can breathe. Many people confuse attachment for love, believing that the depth of their emotion is measured by how afraid they are to lose. But fear is not love. Fear is the shadow of attachment, the silent thief that takes away the beauty of what could have been free. To love deeply without trying to own is to stand in the middle of a storm and remain unmoved, to say, I care for you, but I do not need you to belong to me. This is strength. It is not coldness, it is mastery. Mastery of self, mastery of the mind that always wants to grasp, to keep, to define. Most people want to hold on because they fear the emptiness that comes when something leaves. But have you ever asked yourself why that emptiness feels so heavy? It is not because love has gone. It is because the illusion of ownership has been broken. You thought this person was yours. Their time, their affection, their energy. You built a small world where they existed for you. And when they began to drift, the walls shook. But love was never meant to be a prison. It was meant to be a garden. Flowers cannot grow where chains are buried in the soil. Love needs air, it needs sunlight, and above all, it needs trust. Trust that even if the winds of life move someone away, the connection that was once shared still holds its purity within your heart. Attachment seeks control. It says, I want you to stay the way I want you to be. But love whispers, I see you and I allow you to be. Control is born from insecurity, from the fear that without the other person, your sense of self will collapse. Yet, what if you could build a self so whole, so grounded, that love becomes a choice, not a necessity? Imagine standing before the person you love and saying, you are free, not as a test, but as truth. The mind will resist this. It will say, if I give freedom, I might lose them. But understand this, you cannot lose what was never yours. You can only lose what you tried to possess. Love that is pure does not bind, it empowers. Every human heart longs for connection. But what happens when connection becomes dependence? Slowly, you start to lose your center. Your moods change with their attention. Your peace depends on their response. Your joy rises and falls with their affection. You start living as an echo, not as a soul. To depend on someone for happiness is to give away your power. It is to hand your emotional state to another human being and say, "Decide for me how I should feel." That is not love, that is surrender of the self. The beauty of true love lies in freedom, freedom to feel complete with or without the other. When you remove dependence, what remains is purity. You love because you want to, not because you must. If you observe closely, you will notice how attachment breeds anxiety. Every silence feels like rejection. Every distance feels like loss. Your mind starts to build stories. Why are they changing? Do they still care? What if they leave? These thoughts are the chains that suffocate love. They turn something sacred into something heavy. But when love is free, there is no tension. There is trust. You understand that if it is meant to flow, it will return. And if it does not, the lesson remains: to love without needing the outcome. The greatest test of love is not how tightly you can hold on, but how gracefully you can let go. To love without attachment does not mean to love less. It means to love more purely, without condition. It means you are no longer trying to fill a void through someone else. You are sharing your fullness. You are giving from overflow, not from emptiness. That kind of love cannot die, because it is not dependent on external form. It lives inside you. There is a beautiful paradox in love. The more you try to control it, the more it escapes you. But the moment you surrender control, it starts to blossom. It's like holding water in your hands. If you grip too tightly, it slips away. But if you hold gently, it stays. Many people are searching for love that lasts forever. Yet eternity in love is not measured by time. It is measured by presence. When you are fully present with someone, without clinging, without fearing the future, you touch something timeless. The path to this kind of love begins with self-awareness. Ask yourself, why do I cling? What am I afraid to lose? Most often, it is not the person we fear losing, but the sense of identity we have built around them. You say, without you, I am lost. But the truth is, you were never found in another. You are always within yourself. The love you give to others is only a reflection of the love you have discovered inside. The moment you realize that, a new power awakens, the power to love without fear, to love without the need for reassurance, to give without demanding. This does not make you weak, it makes you limitless. Because now, love is no longer a transaction. It becomes meditation. Every moment shared is sacred, not because it lasts forever, but because it is alive now. Understand this attachment is rooted in desire. Love is rooted in awareness. Desire says, I want. Awareness says, I appreciate. When you love from awareness, you stop trying to change people to fit your expectations. You start to see them as reflections of life itself, ever changing, ever growing, never yours to keep. That realization brings peace. You no longer fear endings, because you see them as part of the dance. To love without attachment is to live in alignment with the flow of existence. It means recognizing that everything and everyone passes through your life as a teacher. Some stay for a moment, others for years, but each arrives to awaken something within you. A lesson, a mirror, a truth. The mature heart learns to receive without clinging and to release without resentment. And when you reach that state, you will see how love transforms. It becomes lighter, deeper, infinite. You no longer say, you complete me. You say, you inspire me to see the completeness that was already there. You no longer chase love, you embody it. You become the source. This is the essence of spiritual strength. To give love without fear of loss, to walk with someone without attachment to the destination, to see beauty even in goodbye. Because when you love without possession, you touch the eternal. You realize that nothing truly belongs to you, yet everything is connected with you. And in that awareness, there is no emptiness, only vastness. So love deeply, feel completely, but never let the need to hold replace the joy of being. Let your love breathe. Let it move. Let it teach you freedom, because only when you learn to love without attachment will you finally understand what love truly is. Not a bond that ties you down, but a light that sets you free. To love without losing yourself, you must first discover peace within. The restless heart cannot love freely. It only grasps, needing constant reassurance. When the mind is noisy, love becomes confusion, because you cannot hear truth through the sound of your own fear. So, before you give your heart to another, you must sit with yourself and ask, do I know who I am without someone beside me? Most people avoid this question because silence feels uncomfortable. They fill their lives with distractions, relationships, noise, anything to avoid facing the emptiness inside. But love that begins from emptiness always becomes attachment. You start to use another person as medicine for your wounds, as a mirror for your value, as proof that you matter. Yet that kind of love cannot last, because it is not built on peace, it is built on need. To love purely, you must become your own source of calm. You must be able to sit alone and feel complete. Only then does love become a sharing of wholeness, not a search for completion. When you find peace within, you stop trying to fix others. You no longer demand that they make you happy, because happiness has already found a home inside you. This is where true connection begins, not between two broken halves, but between two complete souls walking side by side. You meet each other not to escape loneliness, but to expand awareness. That kind of love breathes. It is not suffocating. It does not fear change. It welcomes it. Everything in life is temporary, and love is no exception. People enter our lives like seasons, each with a purpose, each carrying lessons only they can teach. Yet many suffer because they resist this truth. They believe love must be permanent to be real. But permanence is not a sign of depth, presence is. When you truly see the impermanence of all things, you stop clinging. You begin to love with open hands instead of closed fists. You start to understand that every relationship, no matter how long or short, carries the potential for awakening. Imagine standing by a river, watching the water flow. You cannot hold the water in your hands without losing it. You can only appreciate it as it passes. Love is like that river, alive, moving, unpredictable. The moment you try to capture it, it becomes something else. When you accept the temporary nature of love, you also accept its beauty. You no longer chase guarantees. You no longer measure love by how long it stays. You measure it by how deeply it touches you. Everything changes. The person you love today will grow. Their dreams will evolve. The way they look at you may shift with time. You too will change. Yet this is not something to fear. It is something to honor. To expect someone to remain exactly the same is to deny them the gift of growth. Love that endures is not love that resists change. It is love that adapts with awareness. It says, I see you becoming, and I am grateful to witness it. When you learn to flow with impermanence, you stop being afraid of endings. You begin to see them as transformations. What leaves your life creates space for what is meant to arrive. What fades teaches you the art of letting go. The tree does not mourn the falling leaf, it trusts the cycle. In the same way, when love shifts or moves away, it does not mean failure, it means evolution. Every ending carries the seed of new understanding. Every loss reveals a deeper truth about who you are and what you value. And in that truth, you find peace, because you no longer love out of fear. You no longer say, I need you to stay so that I can feel whole. Instead, you say, I wish you happiness, even if your path leads away from mine. This is not weakness. It is the highest form of strength. It means your heart is open, but your peace does not depend on external conditions. You have learned to love without chaining yourself to the outcome. Most people believe that letting go means losing love, but in reality, it purifies it. When you release your grip, what remains is sincerity. You stop performing. You stop manipulating circumstances to keep the connection alive. You begin to love without demand. You start to see love not as a trade, but as a gift. I give because I want to, not I give so you will stay. That shift changes everything. It brings clarity. It turns pain into wisdom. Observe how attachment hides inside even the smallest moments, the need for constant messages, the expectation of attention, the fear of being forgotten. Each of these is a subtle form of control. And control always kills freedom, both yours and theirs. But love, when free, expands. It breathes. It becomes a sacred space where two souls are allowed to unfold naturally. When you no longer demand someone to meet your needs, you open the door for genuine connection. To love without demand requires self-trust. It requires knowing that you can survive disappointment, that you can walk through loss and still remain whole. It means believing that your value does not decrease when someone chooses a different path. When you love from this place, you begin to see the divine in every experience. You realize that every person who enters your life is a teacher. Every relationship a reflection of your growth. Love without demand is not passive. It is powerful. It does not mean accepting disrespect or ignoring boundaries. It means loving consciously, seeing clearly, acting with compassion, and letting go of the need to control outcomes. When love becomes conscious, it becomes fearless. You give because it feels right in the moment, not because you seek a guarantee. You trust that what is real will remain and what leaves was never meant to stay. There is a quiet confidence that comes from this understanding. You stop chasing, stop proving, stop begging to be seen. You simply love, and that love radiates through your presence. People feel it. They sense the calm within you, the calm that does not crumble when things change. This energy draws others, not because it clings, but because it liberates. True love is magnetic, not possessive. It inspires others to rise to the same level of freedom. When you reach this state, every act of love becomes meditation. A smile, a kind word, a gentle touch, all flow from the same source of peace. You begin to see love everywhere in the wind, in silence, in the passing faces of strangers. Because love is not something you find outside. It is something you awaken within. Once awakened, it colors every interaction, every moment. And in that awareness, attachment fades. Fear dissolves. The heart opens wider. You begin to understand that love's purpose is not to make you comfortable, but to make you conscious. Each joy, each heartbreak, each goodbye, everything is a lesson in letting go, a reminder to return to stillness. That stillness is your true home. When you live from there, you no longer seek to own love. You simply become it. Observe your emotions. Do not become them. This is where the art of loving without attachment begins. Most people drown in their emotions because they believe they are what they feel. They mistake the storm for the sea. But emotions are not who you are. They are waves passing through you. One moment they rise, fierce and wild, the next they dissolve into stillness. If you identify with every wave, you live in chaos. You become controlled by whatever the mind or heart throws at you. But if you can stand as the witness, calm and grounded, you will see that beneath every emotion there is a space, silent, steady, untouched. That space is your true self. When love enters your life, it awakens the deepest emotions within you. Joy, passion, fear, insecurity, longing, hope. These are natural, but the danger lies in becoming attached to them, letting them dictate how you love. One day, you feel close to the person. The next you fear losing them, and that fear turns into control, jealousy, or dependency. The heart swings between extremes, elation and despair, because it has not yet found balance. To love consciously, you must learn to watch your emotions without judging them, without suppressing them, and without being possessed by them. When you feel jealousy, don't hide it, observe it. When you feel fear, don't fight it, study it. When you feel the ache of longing, sit with it quietly. The moment you watch an emotion with awareness, it begins to lose its power over you. It transforms. Observation is like sunlight. It reveals what was hidden. You start to see that your emotions are not caused by others, but by the stories you tell yourself. You think, they didn't reply, so maybe they don't care. That thought creates pain, not the silence itself. Love becomes suffering when you lose awareness and follow every story the mind creates. Emotions are powerful teachers, but only when you are awake enough to listen. Every wave that crashes within you carries a message. Fear may be teaching you to trust yourself. Anger may be showing you a boundary you've ignored. Sadness may be inviting you to release an illusion. When you observe emotions as a witness, they become mirrors, not masters. You learn from them instead of being ruled by them. When you master this inner observation, love transforms from attachment to presence. You stop reacting blindly. You start responding wisely. You become aware that your partner's words or actions are not controlling your emotions. Your interpretations are, and when you take responsibility for that, freedom begins. The drama ends where awareness starts. The path of awareness continues into how we perceive others. To love without attachment, you must learn to see people as they are, not as your mind wants them to be. Every human being carries layers of identity, conditioning, dreams, fears, and contradictions. Yet the moment we fall in love, we create an image, an idealized version of who we think they are or who we want them to become. We start relating to that image, not the real person. That is where illusion begins. When they act in ways that don't fit the image, we feel disappointed, even betrayed. But who betrayed whom? They never promised to be the person you imagine. You betrayed yourself by refusing to see reality. Love rooted in illusion always turns into disappointment. Real love, however, sees clearly. It accepts the full truth of another person, their light and their shadow. It does not seek to change, fix, or improve. It seeks to understand. Seeing people as they are requires deep mindfulness. It means watching your own projections. You meet someone, and immediately the mind begins to write a story. They are my soulmate. They are perfect for me. They will make me happy. Slowly, you fall in love not with them, but with your story about them. Awareness breaks this spell. It reminds you to pause and look deeper. Who is this person truly? What do they value? What is their journey? Can I love them without needing them to fulfill my expectations? To love mindfully is to look at another being as a mirror of life itself, imperfect, evolving human. When you let go of expectations, you give space for authenticity. You stop demanding that love always feels comfortable. You allow truth to exist even when it challenges your ego. That is when connection deepens, because it is based on reality, not fantasy. Most relationships suffer because one or both people are chasing the ghost of an idea. They say, "You changed," but in truth, the image changed and reality finally showed itself. To love without attachment is to remain aware that everyone is constantly changing, including yourself. Love must therefore be fluid, adaptable, alive. It cannot be frozen in the shape of your desires. Mindfulness teaches you to approach each moment in a relationship as if it were new. You meet your partner again and again each day without assuming you know them completely. You listen, you observe, you allow them to surprise you. This keeps love vibrant because it prevents the mind from turning people into objects of familiarity. Every time you say, "I already know who you are," you stop seeing them. True love keeps looking. It stays curious. When you love with awareness, you also start to recognize when attachment is creeping in. You feel the subtle tension in your body when you crave reassurance. You notice the unease when you expect a particular response. Instead of reacting, you breathe. You return to presence. You remind yourself, "I do not own this person. They are free. My peace does not depend on their behavior." This is not detachment in coldness, it is detachment in wisdom. It means you choose to relate from clarity, not from fear. And from that clarity arises the ability to give without expecting a return. This is one of the highest expressions of love. In ordinary love, giving always carries an unconscious demand. We give affection, attention, time, but deep down, we expect something in exchange: gratitude, loyalty, validation, acknowledgement. When those expectations are not met, we feel hurt, as if a debt was left unpaid. But love that expects payment is not love, it is a contract. To give without expectation requires inner abundance. It means you are no longer using love to fill a void. You give because giving itself is joy. You help because kindness feels natural. You express care because it is part of who you are, not because you need to be recognized for it. The paradox is that the moment you stop demanding something in return, you begin to receive more than you ever imagined. Genuine energy attracts genuine energy. When you love freely, others feel safe to love freely in return. To practice unconditional giving, start with small acts. Listen without waiting to reply. Offer help without expecting appreciation. Be kind without needing to be noticed. Notice how the ego resists. It says, "What if I am taken for granted? What if I'm not valued?" But understand this, the value of your act is not diminished by someone else's inability to see it. Love given purely is never wasted because it strengthens your own spirit. There is immense freedom in loving this way. You stop keeping emotional accounts. You stop counting who did more or who cared less. You simply act from sincerity. This does not mean allowing others to exploit you. It means you give consciously, not compulsively. You choose your giving from awareness, not from a desperate need to be needed. When you give without expecting return, your love becomes fearless. You are no longer afraid of rejection because your giving was never about approval. You are no longer afraid of being forgotten because your intention was pure. This kind of love liberates both you and the one you love. It turns every interaction into an offering, every moment into meditation. To love without demand also requires boundaries rooted in clarity, not control. When you give from awareness, you know when your energy is being drained. You do not continue out of guilt or habit. You pause, you realign, you act again from strength. True giving never weakens you, it renews you. The energy of love is infinite, but only when it flows from consciousness. When the mind is unaware, even love becomes burden. You begin to give out of fear, fear of being alone, fear of disappointing others, fear of losing connection. That kind of giving depletes you. But when you give from presence, it nourishes you. Each act becomes a reflection of your inner peace. Imagine two candles. One is flickering, struggling to stay lit, giving light while burning itself out. The other stands steady, bright, unwavering, lighting others without losing its flame. Which are you? The difference lies not in how much they give, but in the quality of their fire. The steady candle gives from abundance, the flickering one gives from exhaustion. To love without attachment is to become the steady flame, offering light, yet remaining whole. When you reach this level of awareness, you begin to experience love not as emotion, but as presence itself. You no longer seek to own, to change, or to control. You are content to witness, to share, to flow. Your love becomes vast, spacious, unconfined by desire or fear. It is no longer limited to one person. It becomes a way of being. You start to see beauty in everything, in strangers, in nature, in silence. Love becomes your natural state, not your pursuit. Through observation, mindfulness, and unconditional giving, you transcend the old patterns that keep love tangled in suffering. You move from reaction to awareness, from illusion to truth, from dependency to freedom. You realize that the more you let go, the more deeply you can love. Because love, in its purest form, is not about holding on. It is about allowing life to move through you effortlessly, without resistance, without fear. Detachment is not indifference. This is one of the most misunderstood truths on the spiritual path. Many people hear the word detachment and imagine a cold, emotionless existence, a life without passion or connection. But true detachment is not the absence of love. It is the purification of it. It is love without fear, without control, without demand. It is the kind of love that does not cling because it trusts the flow of life completely. To be detached is not to stop feeling. It is to stop being enslaved by feeling. It is to be so deeply aware that emotions, relationships, and experiences can pass through you without disturbing your inner balance. When you are detached, you still care deeply, but your care does not come from anxiety. You still feel love, but your love is no longer mixed with fear of loss. You still give your heart, but it remains rooted in peace. Detachment is not distance, it is depth. It is being fully present with another human being, yet knowing that your inner world remains free, untouchable. Imagine standing by the ocean, watching the waves rise and fall. You can marvel at their beauty, feel their rhythm, but you do not try to stop them or possess them. You allow them to move naturally, knowing they belong to the sea. In the same way, detachment allows love to breathe, to exist without ownership. When the heart is untrained, it confuses attachment with love. It believes that to prove love, you must hold tightly. But the tighter you hold, the faster love slips away. Life has a way of showing us this truth again and again. The things you cling to with fear are the very things that hurt when they go, not because they were wrong, but because your grasp created suffering. Detachment breaks this cycle. It teaches you to love with open hands, to let people and experiences come and go with gratitude instead of resistance. There is immense peace in this kind of love. You no longer wake up worrying about who will stay or who will leave. You no longer measure your worth by the attention you receive. You remain centered because you have stopped placing the source of your happiness outside yourself. You understand that everything in this world, relationships, success, even health, is subject to change. You stop fighting change, you start flowing with it. This is freedom. It is not cold detachment, it is radiant balance. In this balance, you begin to understand the power of allowing. You realize that when you step back and let life unfold, things often fall perfectly into place. Control comes from fear, allowing comes from trust. When you love with trust, you are saying to the universe, I am not afraid of what comes next. This trust opens your energy, softens your heart, and makes your love boundless. It allows the other person to breathe, to grow, to become who they are meant to be. But attachment does not allow this. Attachment seeks security through control. It says, I will love you, but you must stay as I expect. And the moment the other person changes, attachment feels threatened. It panics, manipulates, or withdraws. True detachment, on the other hand, says, I love you, and I allow you to evolve. This love expands rather than contracts. It thrives in freedom, not confinement. When you practice detachment, you begin to notice something extraordinary. You start to feel lighter. The constant tension of needing things to go your way begins to dissolve. Your mind quiets. Your heart opens wider. You begin to see people not through the lens of desire or fear, but through clarity. You appreciate them for who they are in this moment, without comparing them to who they were or who you want them to be. That clarity is compassion. It allows you to love more sincerely because it removes the illusions that distort love. There is a subtle but powerful difference between love and attachment. Attachment says, "You belong to me." Love says, "We belong to life." Attachment says, "Stay so I can feel secure." Love says, "Go if you must, and I will still wish you peace." Attachment feeds on possession. Love thrives on freedom. The more you understand this, the more peaceful your heart becomes. You stop fighting reality. You begin to trust the natural movement of life, the coming and going of people, the changing of seasons, the unfolding of paths. When you hold on too tightly, you crush the very beauty you wish to keep. Think of a butterfly resting on your palm. If you close your hand to secure it, you destroy it. But if you remain still and gentle, it might stay longer, not because you trapped it, but because it feels safe in your openness. Love works the same way. The more you try to hold it captive, the more it withers. The more you allow it freedom, the more it flourishes. We often try to control love because of our fear of loss. We think, if I don't hold tightly, it will disappear. But what disappears when you let go is not love. It is the illusion of control. Real love doesn't need to be held. It needs to be honored. It needs space to breathe. It needs the wind of freedom to stay alive. When you learn this, you begin to see that what is truly yours can never be lost, and what leaves was never meant to stay. This realization brings a deep calm, a sacred trust in the intelligence of life. Look at nature, nothing in it clings. The tree does not hold on to its leaves when autumn arrives. The river does not resist the flow toward the ocean. The sky does not fight the passing clouds. Everything moves, everything transforms, yet everything remains whole. Love must follow the same rhythm. When you let love move naturally, it becomes a living thing. Not something to be caged, but something to be experienced. To hold on is to live in fear. To let go is to live in faith. Faith that what is meant for you will stay in its own way. Faith that what departs leaves behind wisdom. Faith that every ending carries a hidden blessing. The art of letting go is not about giving up. It is about giving space. It is about saying, I trust the flow more than I trust my fear. When you allow love this freedom, you discover the deepest truth. Freedom is the highest form of love. This truth is simple, but its power is immense. Freedom means allowing both yourself and the other to be authentic, to grow, to explore, to evolve. Freedom means not demanding that someone be the same person tomorrow that they were yesterday. Freedom means not trying to shape another being to fit the mold of your comfort. Love without freedom becomes suffocation disguised as devotion. Freedom is not separation. It is the ability to remain connected without chains. It is the awareness that love does not depend on proximity, but on presence. Two people can be apart and still feel deeply united, while others can be physically close and yet distant in spirit. When love is free, distance does not weaken it, it deepens it. Because it is not based on habit or control, but on conscious choice. Every day, you choose to love, not because you have to, but because your heart remains open. Freedom in love also means freedom from your own inner prisons. The need for validation, the fear of rejection, the desire to be seen a certain way. You stop performing to be loved and start being authentic. You stop saying yes when your soul wants to say no. You stop betraying yourself for approval. Freedom begins when you realize that you do not need to shrink yourself to be accepted. You do not need to hide your truth to be loved. This kind of freedom is courageous. It requires trust. Trust in yourself, trust in the flow of life, trust in the intelligence of love itself. You realize that love cannot be forced, and you stop trying to make it fit your plans. You stop trying to chase what is leaving and start nurturing what is growing. Freedom means letting go of resistance and embracing reality, even when it is uncertain. In this freedom, love becomes lighter, more genuine. It becomes a space where two people grow together, not out of obligation, but from inspiration. You celebrate each other's individuality instead of fearing it. You support each other's journeys, even when they take different directions. You understand that love is not about merging into one identity, but about walking side by side as two conscious beings. When love is free, it becomes fearless. Fear is born from control, from the belief that you must protect love to keep it alive. But love protected by fear eventually suffocates. Fear locks doors, love opens them. Fear demands, love invites. Fear grasps, love releases. Freedom transforms love from possession into partnership, from dependency into mutual respect. There is a moment when you truly understand this, that something shifts inside you. You stop asking, how long will this last? And begin asking, how deeply can I experience this now? You move from a mindset of security to one of sincerity. You stop chasing forever and start embracing presence. Because in truth, love's eternity is not measured by time, but by depth of awareness. When two people love freely, there is no fear of endings, because they know that what is real cannot end. It may change form, it may take new shapes, but its essence remains. They understand that love is not a possession but a passage, a journey of awakening through one another. To love freely is the ultimate act of trust. It is trusting life enough to allow it to unfold without interference. It is trusting your own heart to remain open even when things change. It is trusting that love, once awakened, will continue to flow through you no matter where it leads. That trust is liberation. It transforms love from something fragile into something eternal, not in duration, but in essence. So, detachment teaches you balance, letting go teaches you grace, and freedom teaches you courage. Together they form the sacred triangle of awakened love. A love that neither clings nor fears, a love that breathes, evolves, and shines. It is not the love that says, stay so I can be happy. It is the love that says, be free, and I will still be whole. A pain arises when we resist change. We spend so much of our lives trying to make things stay the same, trying to hold moments still, trying to freeze people in time. We cling to what feels safe because we fear what we cannot predict. Yet life is not meant to be still. It moves, breathes, transforms, and flows. The more we resist this movement, the more we suffer. Change is not the enemy, our attachment to what was is. Every time you hold on to something that has already begun to move away, you create friction within your own heart. That friction is pain. But if you learn to move with the flow rather than against it, pain begins to soften and peace begins to bloom. Imagine holding a rope that is being pulled away from you. The tighter you hold, the more your hands burn. But the moment you release, the pain stops. It is the same with life. When we resist endings, when we refuse to let go, when we fight what is already transforming, we create our own suffering. But when we release, when we trust that every ending carries the seed of a new beginning, something inside us relaxes. We find peace not because life stops changing, but because we stop fighting change. Every season in your life has a purpose. Some arrive to teach you love, others to teach you loss, and some to teach you strength. When you resist change, you miss the lesson it carries. You miss the hidden wisdom behind every transformation. Pain is not a punishment. It is an invitation. It calls you to awaken, to see what you were afraid to see, to grow where you once resisted. When a relationship ends, when a dream fades, when life shifts unexpectedly, it is not the universe being cruel. It is life reminding you that nothing belongs to you, not even the moments you treasure most. The human mind seeks permanence because it equates change with loss. It believes that stability means safety. But there is no true stability in the outer world. Everything you see, everything you love, will one day shift. The body changes, circumstances evolve, people transform. When you understand this, you stop begging life to remain the same. You start flowing with its rhythm instead of drowning beneath it. You begin to dance with change instead of fearing it. Pain only lasts as long as your resistance does. The moment you stop saying, "This should not have happened," healing begins. Acceptance is not weakness, it is wisdom. It does not mean you stop caring. It means you stop arguing with reality. It means you allow yourself to feel fully the sadness, the disappointment, the uncertainty, and still trust that life knows what it is doing. This trust does not come easily. It grows through experience. Every loss, every heartbreak, every unexpected turn becomes a teacher guiding you toward surrender. When you accept change, you start to see the beauty in impermanence. You realize that the fleeting nature of things is what gives them value. A flower is precious because it blooms for a short while. A sunrise is breathtaking because it fades into day. A moment is meaningful because it cannot be repeated. The impermanence of life is not something to fear. It is what makes every experience sacred. Love is the same. You cannot hold love in your hands and expect it to remain unchanged. Love must move like the wind, felt deeply but never trapped. When you love with open hands, you allow love to express its true form. You let it flow through you without trying to possess it. Love becomes a living energy that connects rather than confines. Love that is free does not demand constant proof. It does not need to be seen every moment to be real. It is like the breeze that touches your skin. Invisible, yet undeniable. The moment you try to contain the wind, it ceases to be wind. In the same way, when you try to own love, you take away its spirit. Real love cannot be caged because it exists in movement. It comes alive in the space between two hearts that respect each other's freedom. People often confuse freedom in love with distance, but freedom is not the absence of closeness. It is the presence of trust. It means saying, "I allow you to be yourself, and I trust that our connection is strong enough to survive truth." When love becomes like the wind, it nourishes both souls. It refreshes, revitalizes, and renews. It allows growth instead of stagnation. It invites honesty instead of performance. But to reach this level of love, you must be willing to let go of the illusion of permanence. This illusion is one of the greatest causes of human suffering. We believe that if something is good, it should last forever. We believe that if someone loves us, they must always remain the same. But permanence is not the nature of life, it is the wish of the mind. The more you chase permanence, the more you move away from truth. Everything in existence is changing in every moment. Even as you read these words, your body is aging, your cells are shifting, the earth is turning, stars are dying and being born. Change is not the exception, it is the rule. To fight it is to fight the very flow of life itself. When you let go of the illusion of permanence, you begin to experience a deeper peace. You stop trying to make the moment eternal. You start living inside it fully, knowing it is temporary. This awareness transforms love into something infinite, not because it lasts forever in time, but because it is fully alive in each moment. The moment you stop demanding forever, you begin to experience eternity in the now. Every glance, every touch, every word becomes sacred because you know it will never return in exactly the same way. The fragility of each instant makes it precious. The mind often says, I want this to stay, but the heart that has awakened says, or I am grateful that this was. Gratitude replaces grasping. Appreciation replaces fear. You begin to live in harmony with impermanence, no longer chasing what cannot be kept, no longer mourning what was never meant to remain. You understand that to love something deeply is to accept its transience. When you release the illusion of permanence, you stop placing conditions on love. You stop saying, I will love you if you stay, and start saying, I love you because you are here now. That shift changes everything. It frees you from the anxiety of losing and allows you to experience love in its most authentic form. Love becomes an act of presence, not possession. Impermanence teaches humility. It reminds you that you are a guest in this universe, not its master. You cannot control the flow of time or the direction of another soul. You can only meet each moment with awareness and gratitude. When you live this way, every interaction becomes a meditation on impermanence. You stop taking people for granted. You speak more kindly. You listen more deeply. You love more fully, because you know that everything is borrowed, even this breath. The less you cling, the more you connect. This is one of the great paradoxes of life. You might think that holding tightly brings closeness, but in truth, clinging creates distance. When you cling, you project fear, and fear always builds walls. When you let go, you project trust, and trust always opens doors. The more you trust, the deeper the connection becomes. Imagine holding water in your hands. If you close your fists around it, the water escapes. But if you cup your palms gently, the water remains. Love is the same. It stays only when it feels safe. And it feels safe in freedom. When you let go of control, when you stop demanding that things stay the way you want, you invite a new kind of closeness. One that grows from authenticity, not dependency. To connect deeply, you must first let go of your fear of loss. You must be willing to stand in love without guarantees. This requires courage. The courage to be vulnerable, to open your heart fully knowing it may one day break. But that breaking is not destruction, it is expansion. It is the way the heart grows. Every time you let go of something you love, your capacity to love expands. When you stop clinging, you start listening. You listen not only with your ears, but with your presence. You become more sensitive to what others feel, more attuned to their needs, more aware of the subtle flow of connection. You stop projecting your expectations and start receiving reality as it is. This is true intimacy, not based on control, but on awareness. Letting go does not mean you stop caring. It means you stop insisting. It means you stop making love a condition for your peace. You care deeply, but without desperation. You show up fully, but without attachment to the outcome. You begin to love with the same openness that the universe loves you, unconditionally, without bargaining. When you live like this, love becomes your natural state. You stop searching for it outside yourself. You realize that love is not something you receive. It is something you are. The more you release, the more love flows through you, like wind through an open field. And that love, because it is free, reaches farther, touches deeper, and endures longer than any love born from fear or control. When pain comes, you no longer collapse into despair. You see it as a reminder to soften, not to close. When change arrives, you welcome it as a messenger. When endings appear, you bow to them as teachers. You understand that impermanence is not a curse. It is the heartbeat of life. The beauty of love lies not in its permanence, but in its presence. Each moment shared, each smile, each breath, each goodbye, all of it is sacred because it will never come again. This is not something to grieve, it is something to celebrate. When you embrace impermanence, you stop chasing immortality and start experiencing eternity, not as endless time, but as timeless awareness in the now. So pain softens into wisdom when you stop resisting change. Love becomes vast like the wind when you stop trying to possess it. Life becomes peaceful when you stop chasing permanence. Everything you truly love will change form, but nothing real is ever lost. It only transforms, teaching you again and again that the secret of peace lies not in holding on, but in allowing everything to flow. Every human being carries within them a silent longing, the longing to be seen, to be known, to be held in the warmth of another soul's understanding. This longing is not wrong, it is part of what makes us human. But when this desire turns into dependency, when it becomes a desperate hunger to be completed by another, we lose our center. We forget that the greatest companionship begins from solitude. To walk the path of love without attachment, one must first learn the art of being alone without being lonely. Solitude is not emptiness, it is the sacred space where you meet yourself. In silence, when the noise of the world fades, you begin to hear the whisper of your true self. The self that is not defined by roles, not shaped by approval, not afraid of change. When you are comfortable in your own company, love ceases to be a need and becomes a choice. You no longer approach relationships as a beggar seeking alms of affection. You approach as a giver, offering presents from the overflow of your own completeness. Only a person who has tasted their own stillness can love another without fear, because they know they can survive without being held. The modern world fears stillness. People fill every gap in their day with distractions. Screens, conversations, noise, anything that keeps them from facing themselves. But without solitude, there can be no clarity. Without quiet, love becomes entangled in projection. You begin to see others not as they are, but as reflections of what you lack. The moment you stop running from silence, you begin to reclaim your strength. You realize that loneliness is not cured by company, it is healed by connection. And connection starts within. When you can sit alone and feel peace, you discover that love is no longer something you chase. It becomes something you radiate. You stop fearing loss because you no longer depend on others for your sense of self. You can walk beside someone, share joy, share dreams, and yet remain centered in your own being. This is true freedom, the ability to love deeply while staying rooted in your own stillness. From that place of wholeness, relationships transform. You no longer look at others as extensions of your happiness, but as mirrors of your evolution. Every person who enters your life becomes a reflection, not of what you lack, but of what you are ready to understand. The way you respond to love, to rejection, to praise, to silence, all of it reveals your inner landscape. Relationships are not random encounters, they are lessons in awareness. The people who challenge you most often, your greatest teachers. The ones who trigger your pain show you where you are still holding on. The ones who disappoint you reveal where you still have expectations. The ones who leave remind you to stand on your own 2 feet. And the ones who love you purely show you what it means to give without fear. Every interaction is a mirror, and the reflections you see are invitations. Invitations to grow, to release, to awaken. Many people spend their lives blaming others for their suffering. They say, "He hurt me," or "She betrayed me," or "They abandoned me." But what if every wound was not a punishment, but a doorway? What if every heartbreak was an initiation, a sacred push from life, urging you to look deeper? When someone wounds you, they do not give you pain, they awaken the pain that was already sleeping inside you. And in that awakening, you are given a chance. The chance to heal what you once hid. When you see relationships as mirrors, you stop fighting them. You stop trying to control how people behave, and instead, you start observing what they awaken in you. This is how awareness grows. You move from reaction to reflection, from blame to understanding. The person who once felt like your enemy becomes your greatest ally in self-discovery. Because in truth, they have shown you something about yourself that you could not see alone. Every connection, no matter how brief, carries a vibration. Some people come to ignite your spirit. Others come to challenge your ego. Some come to share the path for a while, others to guide you to a new one. Each serves a purpose. When you stop labeling experiences as good or bad and instead see them as necessary, your suffering begins to dissolve. You understand that life is a master sculptor, carving you through every encounter, every joy, every disappointment. And like stone under a chisel, each strike that once felt painful begins to reveal the beauty hidden within. But to see this truth clearly, you must cultivate awareness. Awareness is the light that burns through illusion. It allows you to see your own mind, to observe how attachment sneaks in, how fear disguises itself as love, how desire pretends to be devotion. When you are aware, you no longer get lost in stories. You no longer drown in emotion. You begin to witness. You watch your feelings rise and fall like waves, knowing that you are the ocean, not the storm. Awareness is not cold detachment. It is warm, steady presence. It allows you to love fully, but not lose yourself in love. It allows you to feel deeply without being consumed by the feeling. Awareness is what transforms pain into understanding and love into liberation. Without awareness, even the most beautiful relationship becomes a chain. With awareness, even solitude becomes a sanctuary. When awareness blooms, you begin to live intentionally. You stop reacting out of old wounds. You stop repeating patterns born from fear. You start choosing your words, your actions, your connections with clarity. You begin to see that love is not something that just happens to you. It is something you create through consciousness. Love without awareness is impulse. Love with awareness is art. To love with awareness means to see yourself clearly in every moment. To know when your mind clings, when your heart closes, when your ego wants control. It means pausing before speaking, breathing before reacting, listening before assuming. It means holding space for another's truth, even when it differs from your own. Awareness makes you a witness to your humanity, and in that witnessing, you awaken compassion, both for yourself and for others. The journey toward conscious love is not easy. It demands humility. It asks you to face uncomfortable truths about yourself, your insecurities, your need for validation, your hidden fears of abandonment. It asks you to take responsibility for your emotions instead of placing them in someone else's hands. This kind of honesty can feel heavy at first, but it is the foundation of freedom, because only when you know yourself can you truly love another. When you love with awareness, you begin to see the sacred in everyone you meet. You stop searching for perfect people and start seeing the perfection within imperfection. You realize that love is not about finding someone flawless. It is about meeting someone real and choosing to see the divine in them. Awareness allows you to hold another's pain without trying to fix it, to celebrate their light without trying to claim it. It teaches you that to love is not to possess, but to witness, to say, I see you as you are, and I honor your becoming. This kind of love does not fade with time, because it was never based on conditions. It was built on consciousness. It does not crumble when circumstances change, because it was never dependent on them. It does not demand constant reassurance, because it rests in the peace of truth. Love born from awareness becomes eternal, not because it lasts forever in form, but because it transcends form. To live in awareness is to walk the fine line between connection and freedom, between giving and receiving, between surrender and strength. It is to understand that every moment of love is a teacher, every breath an opportunity to wake up. You begin to see life not as a series of events, but as a dance of energy, a continuous flow of meeting and parting, of giving and letting go. You learn that to hold on to one moment too tightly is to miss the next. Awareness teaches you the rhythm of life, the grace of moving with what is, not against it. When you reach this level of understanding, you realize that love without attachment is not an ideal, it is your natural state. It is the way existence loves, without clinging, without fear, without our demand. The sun does not choose who to shine on, the flower does not ask who deserves its fragrance. They give because giving is their nature. When you awaken, love flows through you in the same way, effortlessly, abundantly, unconditionally. Such love cannot be taken from you because it is not dependent on another. It lives within you and through you. It becomes the essence of how you speak, how you act, how you move in the world. It is the quiet power that turns suffering into wisdom, loneliness into strength, and endings into beginnings. When love becomes awareness, every step you take becomes sacred, every encounter becomes divine, and every breath becomes a reminder that peace was never outside of you. It was waiting in your own stillness all along. And so, the path of loving without attachment is not about withdrawal from the world, nor about cold indifference. It is about seeing life with such clarity that you no longer need to hold it tightly. You become like the sky, vast enough to contain both storm and sunlight, yet untouched by either. You love deeply, but you remain free. You give completely, but you remain whole. You walk through the world with open hands, and because your hands are open, they can receive endlessly. This is the highest state of being. To love not because you must, not because you fear losing, but because love itself has become your nature. To be still inside even as the world moves around you. To look at every person, every moment, every breath, and see in it the same truth that love is not found in possession or permanence, but in presence. And when you live from that awareness, every heartbeat becomes a song of peace, every silence becomes sacred, and every act becomes love itself. Love without attachment is not the absence of emotion. It is the presence of clarity. It is the understanding that love was never meant to imprison you, but to awaken you. When you no longer fear loss, love becomes boundless. When you no longer seek ownership, love becomes pure. The journey was never about learning how to hold tighter, but how to open wider. Every heartbreak, every silence, every moment of solitude has been guiding you toward this realization that true love begins when you are no longer ruled by need, when your heart beats in harmony with impermanence, when your peace no longer depends on another's presence. To love without attachment is to stand in the center of life, calm, aware, and open, embracing both beginnings and endings with the same grace. It is to give without asking, to stay without clinging, to walk away without hatred. It is to live as love itself, flowing through every experience like a river that carries no fear of where it ends. And when you reach that state, love stops being something you do. It becomes what you are. When a man hurts you, the first instinct is often to prove that you matter. You want him to see your tears, feel your pain, recognize your worth. But what if I told you that reaction gives him the exact power he didn't earn? Pause here. The one who hurt you may never apologize. He may never understand the depth of the damage, and he may not care. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that you understand, that your nervous system understands how to turn pain into presence. The most dangerous woman is not the one who yells. It's the one who breathes through the chaos. It's the one who feels her heart break, but lets that heartbeat lead her back into stillness. It's the one who, instead of demanding an apology, builds a life so whole that his absence becomes irrelevant. You don't confuse him with drama. You confuse him with dignity. You don't get louder. You get still. You take back your power not by controlling his behavior, but by mastering your own inner landscape. When a man hurts you, the natural reflex is to look outward. The heart looks for a reason. The mind searches for justice. The body tightens, breath shortens, and the story begins. Why would he do this? What did I do wrong? What does this mean about me? And yet, in the quiet space beneath the surface, a deeper question whispers, one not about him, but about you. What is this pain trying to teach me? This is where the journey begins, not in the explanation, not in the apology you may never receive, but in the understanding that pain is not your identity. It is information, a signal, a messenger. And if you listen to it deeply, it will lead you home to yourself. Most people mistake their emotions for truth, but emotions are not truth. They are weather. They pass. What is true is the awareness that watches the emotion, that which notices the tightness in your chest when he withdraws, that which observes the racing thoughts when he doesn't respond, that which feels the sting when promises are broken. This awareness is not broken. It is not reactive. It is not small. It is vast, steady, and it belongs to you. You are not the storm. You are the sky in which the storm happens. And once you begin to observe rather than identify, you unlock the doorway to self-mastery. Consider the story of a woman who lived with a man for 6 years. They shared everything: dreams, meals, routines, even silences. One day he left, no explanation. A short message, a few lines, and then the void. She spiraled. Her mind constructed reasons, accusations, regrets. But after weeks of tears and desperate conversations with friends who offered more confusion than clarity, she stopped. She sat in her room and did something unfamiliar. She asked herself not, "Why did he leave?" but, "What am I feeling right now?" Her hands were cold. Her jaw was tight. Her breath was shallow. And she realized, for the first time, that her suffering had little to do with the event and everything to do with her interpretation of it. She began to observe. When anger surged, she noticed it without acting. When sadness came, she let it rise and fall like a wave. She wrote, she walked, she breathed, and slowly the story unraveled. The pain became less of a wall and more of a window, one that allowed her to see her unmet needs. Her overextensions, her silence in moments she should have spoken. The man's actions didn't disappear, but their power over her did. She had turned pain into presence. This is what it means to read the information of hurt, not wear it as your identity. Pain invites you into the nervous system, into your own biology. It is not something to fix. It is something to feel with intelligence. Neuroscience tells us that when we are emotionally triggered, the amygdala, the brain's alarm system, fires first. It activates the fight, flight, or freeze response. You want to run, or fight, or shut down. This is primal. But we are not only animals. We also have a prefrontal cortex, the seat of conscious choice, reflection, and executive function. The path of self-mastery begins when you pause long enough for this higher faculty to take the lead. It begins with the breath. Shallow breathing keeps you in survival mode. Deep diaphragmatic breathing sends a message of safety to the body. When you are hurt, breathe as if you are already safe, because safety cannot be outsourced. It must be generated from within. This breath is not a trick. It is not a quick fix. It is a declaration. I choose to remain with myself. Each breath, a signal to your body that no matter what someone else does, you will not abandon yourself. The one who hurt you may have walked away without remorse. He may even return with charm. But the real question is not about his remorse or his return. The real question is, have you come back to yourself? Can you sit with yourself without needing his validation to soothe the ache? This is the beginning of power, and it confuses him. Not because you intended to confuse him, but because he cannot locate the emotional script he expected. He anticipated tears, anger, explanations. He thought you would plead, over-explain, prove your value. Instead, you observe, you breathe, you rise slowly with steadiness. This is a different language, one he does not speak fluently. The silence becomes his mirror, and that mirror shows him something he did not expect to see: a woman who does not need to be understood to know her worth. And so you continue, not toward escape, but toward center. Most people withdraw from pain in order to run, but there is another kind of withdrawal, one that is sacred, one that is not national, one that is not escape, but a return. Return to the present moment, return to the body, return to the self that was neglected in the pursuit of emotional rescue. This kind of withdrawal is not passive, it is a disciplined practice. It looks like stepping back from the need to explain yourself to someone committed to misunderstanding you. It looks like sitting alone, not as punishment, but as sanctuary. It looks like pulling your energy back from the scattered places it has been poured into and letting it collect like morning dew on the leaves of your soul. When you do this, you interrupt the cycle of emotional entanglement. You shift the dynamic. He expected you to lose yourself, to react, to try harder, to prove your value in the face of neglect. But you do the opposite. You return to your breath. You close your eyes. You allow the space between you to widen, not out of resentment, but out of reverence for your own peace. In this space, clarity is born. You begin to see that you were never supposed to convince someone to care. You were supposed to care for yourself so fully that another's inconsistency became irrelevant. And in that space, your nervous system begins to recalibrate. You are no longer addicted to the drama, the chase, the roller coaster. You step off the ride. You sit on solid ground. And from that place, you look not outward, but inward. One woman shared her story after years of being in an emotionally distant relationship. Her partner would disappear emotionally for days. No texts, no words, no warmth. And then reappear expecting intimacy, closeness, conversation. Each time she tried to bridge the gap, she overcompensated, sent long messages, cooked favorite meals, asked questions. But she noticed something each time. She felt smaller, more invisible. So she tried something different. She didn't react. She didn't beg. She simply withdrew, not to punish him, but to find her own ground. She walked by the lake. She wrote poems to herself. She listened to music and moved her body freely. When he returned, expecting the usual effort, he found something different. Her absence of reaction disrupted the emotional loop. He was confused, not by silence, but by sovereignty. This confusion is not manipulation. It is the natural byproduct of a woman choosing her center over his chaos. When you stop playing the role he's used to, when you don't cry on cue or spiral into self-blame, he is left with only one thing: himself. And often, that's the most uncomfortable confrontation of all. Withdrawal to center also teaches you to listen to the subtle language of your own body. The body always speaks first. Before the mind creates the story, the body offers signals. Tightness in the chest, a clenched jaw, a flutter in the stomach. These are messages. When he hurts you, your body knows before your mind understands. Learn to listen. Instead of running from those sensations, sit with them. Ask, what are you telling me? Let your body become your teacher, not your battleground. There is a phrase in Eastern tradition: return is the movement of the Tao. It means all things must return to their source. The river returns to the ocean. The breath returns to the stillness, and the self, when wounded, must return to its own presence. This is not detachment, it is refinement. You are refining your attention. You are choosing what receives your energy. And you are remembering that the most powerful response is often not a reaction, but a return. He may notice, he may not. That is not the point. This journey is not about awakening his conscience. It is about awakening your own. And when you walk this path, you begin to see that you are not just healing from him. You are healing from years of believing that your worth had to be earned through pain. You are healing from the ancestral story of the woman who must give more, tolerate more, explain more. That story ends with you. You do not confuse him with anger. You confuse him with stillness. You confuse him by not needing to be chosen, because you have already chosen yourself. You confuse him by not showing up in the predictable, emotional costume he expects, because you have dropped the performance and returned to the source of your power, your awareness. And so you continue to withdraw, not as retreat, but as return. You walk slowly, you breathe fully, you let your heart ache without rushing it away. You observe without labeling. And in that sacred space, the truth begins to rise. It does not shout, it does not demand. It simply arises, clear, steady, unshakable. You realize then that the most powerful women are not those who have never been hurt. They are the ones who have been hurt deeply and still chose presence over performance, stillness over struggle, and awareness over reaction. They are the women who can sit in silence and not be swallowed by it, because they have made peace their home. And they no longer chase clarity from others. They embody it. He expects your pain to scream. That's the emotional pattern he knows. In fact, many people grow used to relationships where love is expressed through volume, arguments, pleading, dramatic exits, and emotional storms. These become rituals, predictable responses to emotional injury. He does something hurtful. You respond. You send the long message. You raise your voice. You cry. He knows this language. It's comfortable in its discomfort. It creates a rhythm where chaos becomes connection, even if it is destructive. But when that rhythm is broken, not with a louder voice, but with quiet clarity, it changes everything. He doesn't know what to do with the silence that holds its own power. To master sacred non-reaction is not to suppress what you feel. It is to elevate how you respond. It is to recognize that just because someone invites you into chaos doesn't mean you have to accept the invitation. You can remain still, not out of fear, but out of inner stability. This stillness is not cold or passive. It is intelligent. It speaks louder than argument ever could. When someone tries to provoke you, and you do not react, they are left facing their own behavior without your emotional energy cushioning it. That space becomes their mirror. Think of a time when you raised your voice to someone and they did not match your energy. Instead, they listened, or perhaps they said nothing, or they quietly left the room. In that moment, you likely became more aware of your own volume, without a reaction to absorb your anger or justify your emotion. The intensity collapses in on itself. This is the power of sacred non-reaction. It holds up a mirror that forces others to see themselves clearly, not because you told them to, but because you didn't play along. There's a woman who shared her story after a difficult breakup. Her partner would often provoke her with subtle insults. He'd question her intelligence, make jokes at her expense in public, and then act surprised when she reacted. He loved the game of turning her pain into performance. She'd raise her voice. She'd send long texts late at night trying to explain how it hurt. He'd respond with silence, or worse, mockery. This continued for years, until one day, after another cruel comment at a dinner party, she looked at him, smiled gently, and didn't say a word. She didn't react. she didn't flinch. She simply turned to the friend beside her and started a new conversation. That moment changed something. Not just for him, but for her. She realized her value was not tied to her ability to correct him or teach him or plead for kindness. Her value was intrinsic, and her silence made that truth ring louder than any protest ever could. Psychologists talk about mirror neurons, specialized cells in the brain that respond not just to what we do, but to what we observe in others. These neurons are what allow us to empathize, imitate, and learn social behaviors. But they also create predictable patterns. When someone shouts, we instinctively raise our voice. When someone criticizes us, we defend. This is why arguments escalate. But when you break the mirror, when you respond with calm presence rather than reactive emotion, you short-circuit the expected behavior. His neurons fire, but they find no match. He is forced to adjust, and that adjustment can become the catalyst for change, or the space in which you realize you no longer need to be part of the dynamic at all. Non-reaction is not the same as disconnection. It is actually a deeper connection to yourself. It means you are so grounded in your inner world that the chaos of another doesn't sway you. You no longer need to prove your pain for it to be valid. You don't need to educate someone on why you deserve respect. You gear embody that respect through how you hold yourself, how you speak or don't, and where you place your energy. And this placement of energy leads naturally into the next insight, setting boundaries without explanation. For most of us, boundary setting is tangled with guilt. Especially in romantic relationships, we think we owe people access to our time, our emotions, our softness, especially if we love them, especially if we once made ourselves available. So when we finally decide to pull back, to protect our peace, we feel the need to explain, to soften the edge, to make sure they don't misunderstand. But here's the truth: real boundaries don't require permission or performance. They are rooted in energy, not explanation. You do not need to explain why you no longer respond instantly to messages that drain you. You do not need to justify why you left the phone unanswered when you needed space. You do not need to defend your need for emotional safety. These are not selfish acts, they are sacred ones. There was a woman whose partner would always contact her when it was convenient for him. Late at night, after days of silence, when he needed validation or connection, she'd answer every time, even when she was tired, even when she was hurt, even when she knew he wouldn't commit to anything consistent. She did it because she loved him. But slowly, she realized that love is not meant to be a sacrifice of dignity. She began to pause. She let messages wait. She turned off her notifications before sleep. And the more she honored her own rhythm, the more his pattern was disrupted. At first, he was confused. Then he became reactive. But she stayed still. She was not punishing him. She was returning to herself. Energy speaks more clearly than words. When you stop being emotionally available to someone who only shows up to take, the message is clear. Your silence becomes the boundary. Your absence becomes the answer. You do not need to argue for your worth. Your energy teaches what your words never could. Energetic boundaries are like invisible fences. They're not made of steel, but of self-respect. You know where you end and where another begins. And you no longer allow others to cross that line just because they're used to you being open. You become more selective with your attention, your time, your presence. Not from bitterness, but from wisdom. You understand that just because someone wants you doesn't mean they deserve you. Just because someone reaches out doesn't mean you must respond. And this confuses him because he was used to access. He was used to availability. He knew he could hurt you and still reach you. But now there's space, there's stillness. There's a woman who no longer plays the emotional game. And that change in energy speaks volumes. It reflects a shift he did not expect, a shift from needing to be chosen to choosing yourself. This is the beauty of non-explanation. It forces clarity. When you explain less, people must observe more. They must pay attention to your actions, your absence, your changed rhythm. And that's when the truth becomes visible. Either they rise to meet you, or they reveal that they were never willing to walk beside you in truth. Energy is currency. Emotional attention is fuel. Every time you send a message, every time you pour into someone who drains you, you spend that energy. The question is, what are you buying? Are you buying clarity, growth, reciprocity? Or are you buying more of the same confusion, more of the same cycle? When you set energetic boundaries, you become aware of the cost. You begin to ask, is this conversation expanding me or exhausting me? Is this interaction building trust or borrowing against my peace? And when the answer becomes clear, your response becomes effortless. You don't react, you don't defend, you simply shift your energy, you redirect it. And that redirection becomes the most powerful form of communication. There's a quote that says, "No response is a response," and it's a powerful one. Silence doesn't mean absence. It means precision. You are no longer throwing your energy into the void, hoping it will be returned. You are investing it inward, into your routines, into your practices, into your peace. One woman chose to take a week off her phone after a particularly painful exchange with her partner. She didn't announce it. She didn't ask permission. She simply chose silence. During that time, she journaled. She cooked meals with care. She walked barefoot on the earth. She met with a friend and didn't talk about the relationship at all. When she returned, she found dozens of messages from him. Some apologetic, some confused, some angry, but none of them mattered anymore, because she had remembered what it felt like to be whole, and that feeling became her new boundary. You confuse him not by playing games, but by refusing to play the old ones. You don't set boundaries to punish. You set them to protect the space in which your healing unfolds. You stop explaining because your energy already tells the story. And in that quiet, something powerful begins to happen. You feel yourself return, bit by bit, breath by breath. You are no longer orbiting someone else's inconsistency. You are standing in your own light. And in that light, you no longer chase clarity. You become it. There is a quiet moment after the storm has passed, when the shouting stops and the silence arrives. It is in that moment, between the ache in your chest and the breath you finally take, that a choice presents itself. You have been hurt. You have been ignored, betrayed, misunderstood, or left behind. The pain is not imagined. It is real. You feel it in the body like a heaviness that doesn't have a name. But what happens next will not be determined by what he did. It will be shaped by what you choose to do with the pain. Whether it buries you in bitterness or initiates you into deeper awareness is no longer in his hands. It's in yours. This is where transformation begins. Not by denying the hurt, but by alchemizing it. To alchemize pain is not to pretend it didn't happen. It is to hold it in your hands, look it in the eye, and ask it what it has come to teach you. Emotional wounds are not evidence of weakness. They are messengers of misalignment. When someone hurts you, especially someone you trusted or loved, it exposes not just the pain of their action, but the gap between your inner truth and outer reality. That gap is the ground where transformation is possible, but only if you are willing to stay there, to breathe there, to listen. In ancient traditions, alchemy was the mystical science of turning base metals into gold. But the deeper teaching was never about physical transformation. It was about internal evolution, taking something dense, heavy, seemingly worthless, like betrayal, disappointment, abandonment, and refining it through presence, patience, and self-awareness until it reveals something luminous and strong. When a man hurts you and you do not rush to retaliate or numb the pain, but instead enter into your own body with compassion and stillness, you are engaging in this sacred process. You are not just reacting, you are refining. Pain is a portal, and yet most people run from it. The mind rushes to distraction. The heart wants revenge or validation, but the body, if listened to, invites you to sit, to feel, to let the ache speak. Because in that speaking, something is trying to be released, something long suppressed, perhaps even before this man ever entered your life. Hurt doesn't always begin with the person who triggered. Often, it echoes older patterns. A father who didn't show up, a mother who never said, "I see you." A lifetime of being told you were too much, too needy, too emotional. So, when he ignores your message, or chooses another, or dismisses your truth, it hurts more than it should. Not because you are broken, but because this is a wound being touched that never fully healed. And that is why this moment is sacred. You are not just healing from him, you are healing from everything he reawakened in you. And healing does not mean erasing. It means integrating. It means letting yourself fully feel the sorrow, the grief, the disillusionment, not to drown in them, but to understand what they have come to teach you. A woman once described the aftermath of betrayal like walking barefoot on glass. Every step felt like pain. She could barely function. Every part of her wanted to call him, to scream, to beg for answers. But instead, she made a different choice. Each morning, she woke up and wrote down one sensation in her body. Not thoughts, just sensations. Throat tight, chest heavy, legs numb. She didn't try to interpret or fix it. She just observed. Slowly, a pattern emerged. She realized her body had been holding tension long before the betrayal. She had been ignoring herself for years. Pleasing, performing, prioritizing his moods over her own intuition. The betrayal hurt, but it also revealed. It showed her how far she had drifted from herself. So she began the return, not with grand gestures, but with rituals. A slow morning, a gentle walk, a breath before replying to messages. She started singing again, something she hadn't done in years. She didn't do these things to be productive or to prove her healing. She did them because they made her feel alive. And that aliveness, that returning to herself, became the alchemy. The pain had not disappeared, but it had changed shape. It was no longer a chain. It was a compass. There is a teaching in Eastern philosophy that says, the obstacle is the path, meaning what you resist most is often the very thing that will lead you to freedom, if you move through it with presence. Pain is the doorway, but only if you stop trying to escape it, only if you listen to its wisdom. The mind will try to tell stories. You weren't enough. He never loved you. This always happens to you. These are not truths. They are echoes of past conditioning. You do not have to believe every thought your mind produces, especially not when it is flooded with hurt. Instead, return to the body, to the breath, to the present. Ask, what is happening? No, not what he said, not what you fear, but what is real in this moment. Perhaps a pulse in your temple, perhaps a tear on your cheek. These are the truths that matter. From the perspective of neuroscience, we know that emotional pain activates the same regions in the brain as physical pain. The brain doesn't distinguish between a broken bone and a broken heart. But here's the key: the brain also has neuroplasticity, the ability to change, to rewire. And one of the most effective ways to begin that rewiring is through deliberate, repeated practice of self-awareness. Not to bypass the pain, but to reframe it. Every time you sit with your sadness, instead of texting him for closure, you strengthen the circuits of emotional regulation. Every time you name your feeling instead of numbing it, you build resilience. You are not waiting for him to come back. You are teaching your own nervous system how to stand alone with strength. There is a kind of emotional discipline that is not cold or harsh, but deeply loving. It says, I will not abandon myself just because someone else did. This is the highest form of self-respect. It does not require perfection. It simply asks for consistency. Small acts repeated over time that restore your connection to yourself. Drinking water with care, turning off your phone at night, saying no when something feels off. These are not trivial. They are sacred. They are the scaffolding of self-worth. In time, this inner work begins to radiate outward. People notice. Not because you tell them what you've been through, but because your energy speaks louder than your words. You no longer seek love from desperation. You no longer give your softness to those who haven't earned it. You walk differently. You speak differently. Not because you're guarded, but because you are grounded. One of the most powerful things you can do after being hurt is to turn that hurt into practice. Not performative practice, but embodied, private, meaningful rituals that deepen your connection to life. Read poetry. Dance in your living room. Learn to cook a meal you love. Go for a walk without your phone. Sit in silence. Let your pain become the reason you return to yourself. Not to punish him, but to honor the parts of you that were lost while loving someone who did not see your full light. And perhaps, in the quiet of that return, you'll hear a different kind of voice. Not the voice of fear or judgment, but a voice that says, welcome back, I missed you. That voice has always been there, beneath the noise, beneath the ache, waiting patiently for your return. You may begin to see that you are not defined by who left. You are defined by how you stayed with yourself. And from that place, future love looks different. You no longer seek someone to complete you. You seek someone to meet you. And you will only allow them in if they arrive with the same level of presence you have cultivated within. The pain taught you that. It taught you how to sit in your own fire without burning, how to rise without noise, how to carry your softness without apology. This is the gold that emerges when the rawness of heartbreak is turned into ritual. It's not quick, it's not easy, but it is real, and it is yours. The path is not to be untouched by pain, but to be transformed by it. And transformation happens in the most ordinary places. In how you brush your hair, in how you speak to yourself in the mirror, in the pause before you reply to a message, in the way you say no without guilt. These moments are not small, they are the practice. And over time, they become the embodiment of someone who turned pain into power, not by force, but by presence, not by pretending, but by becoming. Absence is often misunderstood. People confuse it with silence, with loss, with endings. But absence, when chosen with awareness, is one of the most profound teachers. In relationships, especially those where pain and disappointment have taken root, presence can become diluted, habitual, taken for granted. Words lose their meaning. Gestures are no longer felt. The more you try to explain, the less you are understood. The more you stay, the more invisible you feel. This is the moment where something deeper begins to emerge. Not the impulse to retaliate, not the need to prove a point, but a subtle calling within. An invitation to pull back, not in fear, but in clarity. You begin to sense that your presence, once freely given, must now be withdrawn. Not as punishment, but as a mirror. A lesson that only space can teach. When a man hurts you and continues as if nothing happened, it isn't always because he doesn't care. Sometimes it is because he knows your presence will remain regardless. The routine of forgiveness, the predictability of your attention, the reliability of your response, all become emotional guarantees. And in that guarantee, awareness is lost. You become familiar background noise, always there, always giving, and in that familiarity, something dangerous happens. He stops seeing you, not because you are unworthy of being seen, but because his lens has become clouded with entitlement. Absence clears that lens. It sharpens perception. It invites reflection. When you stop showing up in the same way, when your energy is no longer available on demand, he is left with the silence of his own choices. And in that silence, the noise of your past efforts suddenly becomes visible. The texts you sent, the calls you made, the times you stayed when you were hurting. All of these come rushing into awareness because they are no longer happening. That's the strange power of presence. It is most visible when it is no longer there. There was a woman who had spent years in an emotionally draining relationship. Her partner was charming but inconsistent. He'd disappear for days and return with excuses. She stayed through cycles of hope and disappointment, clinging to the moments of affection as proof that he cared. Each time he pulled away, she reached further. Until one day, without anger or theatrics, she stopped. She didn't send a final message. She didn't announce her exit. She simply withdrew her energy. She unfollowed, stopped responding, and most importantly, stopped hoping. In the silence that followed, something remarkable happened, not from him, but within her. She began to see the extent of her own loyalty, how much love she had given, how much effort she had poured into a container that was full of holes. Her absence from him became a presence to herself. This is what most people don't understand. Absence is not about cutting someone off to make them suffer. It is about stepping back so that the truth has room to emerge. Because sometimes your consistent presence keeps the lie alive. It props up the illusion that things are fine, that your needs are small, that your love has no boundaries. When you remove that presence, reality enters. He has to feel the echo of your absence to understand the weight of your presence. And often, this is where confusion arises. He doesn't know how to interpret it. He may wonder if you're angry, if you're trying to manipulate, if you've moved on. But it's none of those. It's something far more powerful. It's self-respect. It's the quiet revolution of a woman who has decided that begging for attention is beneath her, that explaining her pain to someone who refuses to listen is over, that trying to convince someone of her value is a battle she no longer chooses to fight. This decision does always come with confidence. Sometimes it comes with trembling hands, tears, and doubt. But beneath all of that is something steadier, an inner voice saying, enough. And once that voice has been heard, once you've tasted even a moment of what it feels like to no longer betray yourself, there is no turning back. Absence becomes not just a tool, but a form of alignment. You are no longer where love is absent. You are where truth is present. Absence teaches both sides. It teaches him that access is not a right, that attention is earned, not assumed, that emotional availability is a gift, not a guarantee. But more importantly, it teaches, are you, that you are not defined by someone's ability to see your worth, that you are not obligated to stay in places where you are only tolerated, not cherished, that leaving even silently can be an act of deep self-love. From the perspective of behavioral psychology, there's a phenomenon known as the scarcity principle. It states that people assign more value to things when they are perceived as scarce. This doesn't mean you become unavailable to manipulate desire. It means that you're consistent over. Availability may be creating the very blindness you are suffering under. When something is always there, it fades into the background. The moment it is removed, its absence creates contrast. That contrast forces attention. And with attention comes the possibility of awareness. It is not your job to make someone realize your value, but it is your responsibility to stop enabling their blindness to it. A woman once described how she used to argue endlessly with her partner. Whenever he pulled away emotionally, she'd chase with words. Long messages, emotional outbursts, desperate attempts to be heard. But one day, during yet another argument, she simply stopped mid-sentence. Not out of defeat, but from a sudden wave of clarity. She looked at him and realized he wasn't listening. He was defending, protecting his ego, not absorbing her heart. That night, she didn't try again. She went home. She sat in silence, and she decided to speak no more. Not because she didn't care, but because she did, and because she knew that continuing to beg for empathy was eroding her spirit. In the days that followed, her silence was deafening. He reached out, apologized, asked questions, but she had already shifted. Not in anger, but in truth. She had realized that when your words fall on deaf ears long enough, the most powerful thing you can do is stop speaking. Let silence say what words cannot. Let absence carry the message that love without respect is not love at all. Absence doesn't always lead to reconciliation. Sometimes it confirms what was already true, that he was never really there to begin with. But even that realization is a gift, because clarity, even when painful, is more loving than confusion. It frees you. It lets you mourn the truth instead of clinging to the illusion. And from that mourning, you rise, not as a woman who was left, but as a woman who returned to herself. There's a quiet story told in many cultures of the woman who disappears into the mountains after heartbreak. She doesn't go to hide. She goes to remember. She builds a fire. She sings to the trees. She lets her tears fall into the soil. And with each passing day, she becomes lighter, stronger, not because the pain left her, but because she made space for it. She didn't distract. She didn't beg. She didn't chase. She allowed herself to become absent from the world that had ignored her, so she could become fully present with the one within her. When she returns, she is different, grounded, unshakable, and those who once overlooked her see her anew, not because she has changed her hair or her clothes, but because she now carries the quiet power of someone who has been to the depths and did not drown. Absence has always been part of transformation. Nature shows us this. The tree loses its leaves in winter not because it is dying, but because it is preparing for deeper growth. The caterpillar retreats into the cocoon, becoming formless before emerging anew. You too are allowed to step back, to become quiet, to stop reaching, not as an ending, but as a preparation, so that when you rise again, it is not as someone trying to be seen, but as someone who no longer needs to be. Letting someone feel your absence doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you start caring differently. You care enough to stop showing up where you are not received with reverence. You care enough to stop trying to fix what someone else keeps breaking. You care enough to protect the parts of you that love deeply, so they are not handed over to someone who uses them without care. And if he reaches out in that absence, confused, remorseful, reactive, that too is a lesson. Not in whether he comes back, but in how you respond. Do you return to old patterns? Or do you remain rooted in your new clarity? Do you mistake attention for love? Or do you discern the difference between guilt and growth? These are not questions you answer with your mind, but with your body. Your nervous system knows. When it tightens, when it contracts, it is speaking. When it relaxes, when it feels spacious, it is guiding. Listen to that wisdom. Let it be your compass, especially when his words seem familiar, but your body knows better. And as you walk forward, carrying both the pain and the lessons, know this: your absence was not just a reaction. It was a declaration, a statement that says, I am no longer available for anything less than truth. You didn't leave to hurt him. You left to heal you. And that healing, in its quiet, Patient unfolding becomes the most powerful presence of all. When a man hurts you, the instinct may be to fight, to fix, to prove your worth through noise, reaction, and effort. But the deeper path, the wiser path, is not paved with argument or emotional sacrifice. It begins with stillness, with withdrawal, not to escape, but to return to yourself. It is through sacred silence, refined energy, and the courageous of choosing your own peace that you truly take back your power. You confuse him not by retaliation, but by no longer participating in a dynamic that drains your spirit. You shift not to punish, but to preserve. You stop speaking not because you have nothing to say, but because your silence finally speaks the truth he refused to hear. You walk away not because you are weak, but because you've remembered your strength. Pain is no longer your prison. It becomes your portal. Your clarity is no longer conditional. It is your compass. And love is no longer something you chase. It is something you embody. This journey isn't about him. It never was. It's about how deeply you are willing to return to the one person who can never leave you yourself. It's not always your absence that brings him back. It's who you become in the silence. There is a common belief that when a man returns after no contact, it's because he misses you. But in reality, it's often because he feels something different. Something has shifted in the energetic field between you, not just space, but stillness. Not just silence, but signal. In that quiet, something internal begins to move, not just in him, but also within you. When you stop reaching outward and begin anchoring inward, you tap into a kind of power that doesn't need explanation. The body feels it, the mind responds to it, and the soul remembers it. And it is from this place of emotional clarity and personal truth that people are drawn back not by your effort, but by your essence. There are moments in life when you feel someone slipping away, not physically, perhaps, but emotionally, energetically. A subtle quietness creeps into the spaces where laughter once lived. Messages become shorter, more distant. You find yourself staring at the screen, wondering if silence will be permanent or temporary, and then, almost like a ripple in still water, they return. But what brings them back? It is tempting to believe it is merely nostalgia or guilt. But more often than not, it is something more mysterious, yet entirely grounded in human nature. It is the residue you leave behind. Not a residue of clinging, of chasing, or proving, but of emotional presence. The energy with which you once engaged with them continues to live long after you stop speaking. This is not poetry. This is physiology, psychology, and the subtle science of connection. You see, every moment you share with someone is not just an exchange of words. It is an energetic transaction. Neuroscience tells us that the human brain creates emotional imprints. These are neural pathways etched through experience, reinforced by emotion. When you connect with someone deeply, their brain doesn't just store the memory of you. It stores the feeling of you. A warm embrace, a sincere look, the way you breathed slowly during a moment of shared silence. These are the moments that bypass cognition and settle into the body. This is why a man can walk away from you and still feel you. Not logically, but somatically. Something in his body remembers your steadiness, your calm, your unique vibration. Even in your absence, he continues to live with the emotional footprint you've left behind. There's a short story from a woman who once loved deeply and let go gracefully. She was quiet, not because she didn't care, but because she finally realized her energy was worth protecting. Years passed. She heard nothing. Then, one evening, She received a simple message: "I don't know why I keep thinking of you lately." But she knew. She had walked away with grace. No anger, no vengeance, just a kind of inner stillness that left behind an echo, like a temple bell struck once, whose sound lingers long after the hammer falls silent. That echo isn't heard with ears. It is felt in the chest, and it often calls people back, not because they are entitled to return, but because something within them is still searching for what was once given freely and without demand. This is the paradox of emotional energy. What is not desperate becomes magnetic. What is not loud becomes unforgettable. In a world where so many chase love with fear, the one who simply embodies love, quietly and fully, becomes the one others remember when the noise fades. This is where your true power lies, not in forcing someone to stay, but in cultivating an inner life so whole, so centered, that anyone who once touched it will carry its imprint, even if they don't know why. When you operate from this space, you begin to realize that silence is not empty. It is filled with every emotional note you've played. And if those notes came from a place of authenticity and self-mastery, their resonance will continue to vibrate through the heart of the other, long after your physical presence has disappeared. But why does this happen? Why is it that some people can leave and forget, while others feel pulled back, sometimes against their own logic? The answer, in part, lies in contrast. Our minds are pattern-driven. The nervous system craves rhythm, predictability. When someone is used to you responding quickly, showing concern, always being emotionally available, this becomes their emotional expectation. They feel secure in the pattern, even if they take it for granted. But then something shifts. You step back. You no longer react. You are no longer where they expect you to be, emotionally. This is not passive aggression. It's not manipulation. It is simply the absence of engagement, the withdrawal of energy. And in this silence, the contrast becomes sharp. The brain, conditioned to expect one thing, is now presented with the unfamiliar, and unfamiliarity awakens the mind. There is a psychological term for this: prediction error. It occurs when the brain anticipates a certain outcome, but receives something different. That discrepancy sends a signal: pay attention. Suddenly, what was once background noise becomes the focus of conscious awareness. This is why silence is not merely the absence of words. It is a signal that says the old dynamic is no longer valid. And this creates emotional curiosity. People do not miss what they are still consuming. They miss what they can no longer access. A woman once shared that during her breakup, she resisted the urge to explain, to convince, to pour out her heart. Instead, she simply bowed out, not in pride, but in peace. The man at first said nothing. Weeks passed, then months. Then, as if struck by lightning, he sent a message asking, "Were you always this calm, or did I just never notice?" This is what emotional contrast reveals. Not just to the other person, but to yourself. It reflects how much you've evolved beyond the need for validation. When you no longer seek to control someone's perception of you, you allow their own clarity to emerge naturally. This is not an easy path. It requires discipline. The nervous system is conditioned to respond, especially when attachment is strong. But growth asks something higher: to pause, to breathe, to hold the silence not as punishment, but as sacred ground, a ground upon which transformation can take place, not only for you, but for the other as well. This is where Eastern philosophy and modern psychology meet. In the East, it is said that the way to influence the world is to first master the self, not through force, but through stillness. The one who no longer reacts begins to shape the emotional field around them. Their silence becomes not absence, but presence. A presence so grounded that it becomes a mirror. And in this mirror, The other begins to see themselves more clearly than ever before. So when a man returns after silence, ask not just why he returns. Ask what he is responding to. He may not understand it consciously, but he feels the contrast between the scattered energy of the world and the calm energy you once offered, the contrast between your previous emotional availability and your current emotional sovereignty, the contrast between the old version of you that waited and the new version of you that watches, not with bitterness, but with peace. It is said that water is soft, yet it shapes mountains. In the same way, your calmness shapes perception. Your absence, when held with emotional grace, becomes more powerful than presence filled with anxiety or over-explanation. When you no longer demand to be seen, you become unforgettable. There is an old teaching: when you stop chasing, you give the other the chance to feel. This feeling is not always comfortable. In fact, it is often unsettling. But it is real, and reality, once felt, has the power to change direction. In your stillness, a man confronts not you, but himself. In your silence, he hears his own thoughts. In your absence, he begins to realize what your presence offered, not as a service, but as a state of being. This is the deepest form of return, not physical, but psychological, emotional, somatic. And sometimes that return takes the shape of a message. Other times it takes the shape of reflection. Either way, something in the field has shifted, not because you pulled, but because you released. The truth is, most people are not used to being met with presence. They are used to reaction. They are used to noise. They are used to drama. But when you respond with grounded stillness, you interrupt their pattern. And interruption, when done with clarity, does not confuse, it awakens. So when you walk away, do it with softness. When you become silent, do it with holiness, because the energy you leave behind is not erased. It is remembered. Not always immediately, and not always in the way you might expect, but it lives, it lingers, it breathes in the corners of their emotional memory. And if they return, it is not because you waited. It is because you transformed, because you shifted the field, because your energy, your stillness, and your detachment became the mirror in which they finally saw the difference between noise and truth, between attention and intention, between desire and connection. That is why contrast matters, because contrast is not rejection, it is reflection. And in that reflection, the truth of what you offered begins to rise, not in your words, but in their awareness. And so you realize it was never about making someone come back. It was about becoming so internally aligned that their return becomes a side effect, not of strategy, but of state. Let the contrast speak. Let the energy echo. And in the space where words fall silent, allow your presence to do the talking. There's something fascinating that happens when two people stop speaking. At first, there's the external silence. The messages no longer arrive. The voice notes stop. The familiar routine of communication begins to dissolve. But after that, there's another silence, one that moves inward. A silence not between two phones, but between two hearts. In this inner silence, something subtle but powerful begins to take place. What most people fear about silence, what they avoid with constant texting, distractions, or rebound conversations, isn't the quiet itself. It's the mirror that silence holds up to the self. When there is no longer an external stimulus, the mind turns inward. This isn't theory, it's neuroscience. The default mode network, a system in the brain activated during moments of rest or lack of external input, begins to light up. And what does this system do? It retrieves memories, constructs internal stories, evaluates relationships, and examines one's sense of self. In other words, when there is nothing to respond to outside, the mind begins to respond to itself. This is why after silence, people remember. They feel. They revisit emotions they thought had passed. They begin to reconstruct their memories of you, not as a continuation of what was, but as a fresh reflection of what is missing. The stillness you offer, when held with strength and clarity, becomes the space in which their own awareness begins to awaken. For many, the absence of contact does not mean forgetting. It means processing. It means that in the empty space you leave behind, the emotional residue begins to rise. And it is not always pleasant. Sometimes it's confusion. Sometimes it's longing. Sometimes it's regret. But all of these emotional experiences are forms of internal movement that cannot happen when the noise is still present. A man who no longer hears from you might, at first, feel relief. But over time, especially if your presence carried depth and sincerity, he begins to notice the difference. The world offers endless stimulation, yet none of it mirrors him the way you once did. And slowly, what begins as peace becomes discomfort, not because you are gone, but because now he must face the absence not only of your voice, but of his own emotional clarity. One woman told the story of how she stopped reaching out to someone she deeply loved, not in anger, not in fear, but because she realized that her words had become a wall rather than a bridge. For months, she had tried to fix things with kindness, explanation, effort, but nothing changed. So one morning, she simply let go. She did not send a final message. She simply chose the path of stillness. At first, she said, it felt like falling into a void. But within that quiet space, she began to hear herself again. She began to notice what she had sacrificed in order to keep the connection alive, her needs, her values, her emotional integrity. And strangely, she did not feel pain as the days went by. She felt clarity, because silence does not always equal suffering. Sometimes it equals returning, not to the other person, but to yourself. 2 months later, the man returned, not with flowers or an apology, but with questions, deep questions, questions that revealed he had been thinking, feeling, processing. He said, "You've been on my mind every day, but it's not just missing you. It's like I started seeing parts of myself that I didn't want to see." This is the power of stillness. Stillness is not passive. It is active in ways we do not often recognize. It activates internal mechanisms that distraction numbs. In stillness, the mind begins to see, and what it sees is not always comfortable, but it is always necessary for growth. When you withdraw from a dynamic that was unbalanced, unclear, or emotionally draining, your silence becomes the trigger for internal vision. The other person, if even slightly connected to their own emotional body, will begin to feel the vacuum. And what fills that vacuum is not just thoughts of you, but awareness of themselves in relation to you. Did I treat her right? Was I emotionally present? Did I listen or just wait to speak? Why do I feel agitated when I think of her silence? These are not surface level thoughts. These are depth reflections, and they often do not arise when you are still in the cycle of talking, explaining, clarifying. Ironically, it is your absence that creates the space for these questions to surface. It is said in certain traditions that the true teaching begins when the master becomes silent. In the same way, the true transformation of a relationship begins not always in dialogue, but in the shared space of reflection. When one person chooses stillness, it invites the other to stop running and start seeing. A friend once explained how he ended a relationship with someone he had emotionally neglected. She didn't yell. She didn't beg. She just disappeared, gracefully. He said at first he felt empowered by the decision, free even. But then something unexpected began to unfold. Every quiet moment, while driving, while brushing his teeth, while lying in bed, her image would arise. Not the image of her asking for attention, not the image of her sad, but the image of her silent, calm, centered, and this unsettled him. He shared, "I think I expected her to chase me or to try harder, but she didn't. And now I'm left wondering, what did I miss that was right in front of me?" You see, the ego expects reaction, but the soul responds to reflection. And when you stop engaging from a place of emotional urgency, you begin engaging with something far more profound: energetic awareness. You become the mirror, not the pursuer. And mirrors are powerful because they do not instruct, they reveal. Stillness is a rare and precious discipline, especially in a culture that equates silence with weakness and detachment with defeat. But there is a different kind of detachment, one rooted not in avoidance, but in maturity. It says, "I do not need to control how you see me. I will allow my presence or my absence to reveal what needs to be seen." And it works not because it is manipulative, but because it is aligned with how the human mind works. In stillness, the brain recalibrates, the heart recalibrates, the body begins to feel what was once numbed by noise. Think of a garden. When the gardener stops pouring water on a plant that refuses to grow, it's not out of cruelty, it's wisdom. It's an invitation for the plant to find its own roots. And sometimes that's when it begins to reach deeper into the soil and find sustenance that was always there, but never accessed because it was too dependent on external care. You are not here to be someone's emotional caretaker. You are here to embody your truth, to hold your energy like a sacred flame. And when someone feels that flame go quiet, not with resentment, but with reverence, it awakens something primal in them. It awakens awareness. And awareness, once touched, rarely disappears. It might take time. The reflections might come slowly. They might resist them. They might run. But something has shifted, not in them, but in the emotional field between you. And once that field changes, everything else begins to rearrange. So when you find yourself in the quiet phase, when you are no longer calling, no longer trying, no longer explaining, do not see it as emptiness. See it as sacred space, a space in which new awareness can be born, a space where emotional echoes can return not with urgency, but with truth. This is not the silence of absence. It is the silence of presence, deep, dignified, and powerful. It is the silence that changes people because it gives them back to themselves. And perhaps that is the most profound gift we can give to another. Not the gift of constant availability, but the gift of space in which they meet their own soul. Emotional discipline is one of the most understated forms of personal power. It does not shout and it does not demand recognition. But when it is present, it is unmistakable. In the world of relationships, where reactive emotions and impulsive behaviors often dominate, the one who remains grounded becomes a source of mystery, strength, and undeniable magnetism. Emotional regulation is not about denying what you feel. It is about choosing how, when, and whether to express it in a way that honors both your truth and your peace. The nervous system is a deeply intelligent system. It is constantly scanning your environment for cues of safety or danger. In relationships, we do this instinctively. We notice the tone of a partner's voice, the subtle micro-expressions, the pacing of their speech. We read each other without even knowing it. When someone is emotionally reactive, raising their voice, begging for attention, breaking down when a boundary is set, the other person's nervous system reads that as instability. And even if it comes from love or attachment, it feels unsafe. It pushes people away not out of lack of care, but from a deep biological need for equilibrium. Conversely, when someone is calm, truly calm, not suppressing but centered, it sends a very different signal. It tells the other nervous system, this person is safe, strong, rooted. And that sense of inner peace becomes magnetic, not just in romance, but in all forms of connection. We are drawn to those who regulate their emotions not because they are perfect, but because they create space for clarity and presence. This is especially true after a period of no contact. When a man returns after time away, whether he is aware of it or not, he is testing the energetic waters. He is not just checking to see if you are still interested. He is checking to see who you have become. Have you been waiting in anxiety, looping through thoughts, desperate for reconciliation? Or have you grown into someone who no longer reacts, but responds? Someone who has learned to hold herself with grace, even in the face of uncertainty. This difference is felt before it is understood. A man may not consciously articulate why your energy feels different, but he will feel it. He will sense that something in you has shifted, that the emotional charge you once carried toward him has settled into quiet confidence. And that confidence changes the entire dynamic. There is a story of a woman who went through a deeply painful separation. The man she loved had slowly withdrawn, offering no real explanation. Instead of chasing him, she turned inward. She studied her own patterns. She began practicing breathwork and meditation, not to forget him, but to return to herself. When he eventually reached out months later, she did not respond with bitterness, nor with eagerness. She responded with presence. Her words were few. Her tone was calm, and her boundaries were clear, not as a defense mechanism, but as an expression of self-worth. And this completely changed how he interacted with her. He could no longer use the same tactics. He could no longer emotionally manipulate or confuse her. She had become immune, not because she no longer cared, but because she had learned the sacred art of emotional discipline. This is not about being cold. It is about being sovereign. Emotional regulation does not make you less human. It makes you more fully conscious. Instead of being a wave tossed around by every feeling, you become the ocean itself, deep, vast, unmoved by passing storms. From a psychological perspective, this inner composure shifts the balance of power in a relationship. When one person remains reactive and the other remains centered, the centered one becomes the anchor, and anchors attract. Anchors stabilize. Anchors invite others to return, not just physically, but emotionally. Imagine a conversation where a man tries to provoke a reaction. Perhaps he's distant. Perhaps he says something insensitive. The old version of you might have argued, cried, defended. But the emotionally mature version of you pauses, breathes, and replies with stillness. I understand. You're entitled to your feelings, and I'm choosing peace. That sentence alone can short-circuit a person's emotional defense system, because it is disarming. It is not a performance, it is truth. And truth, when spoken without force, becomes undeniable. There's an old teaching that says, when you no longer defend yourself, people begin to question their attacks. Your lack of reaction becomes a mirror. It shows them what they're doing. It exposes the energy they are bringing to the interaction, and it forces them to sit with it. One man once said of his former partner, "She used to argue with everything I said, but near the end, she just started listening. And for the first time, I actually heard myself, and I didn't like what I heard." This is what happens when you stop engaging in emotional warfare. The silence you create becomes a space for truth to arise. Not just yours, but theirs. This power doesn't come easily. It is forged in the fires of self-awareness. You begin by noticing your triggers. The urge to respond instantly. The temptation to send that long message explaining your side. The panic that rises when you don't get a reply. And instead of reacting, you pause, you feel it fully, you breathe, and then you choose differently. That moment of choice, when you move from reactivity to awareness, is the birthplace of emotional discipline. And every time you make that choice, you rewire your nervous system. You teach your body that it is safe not to react. You reprogram your identity from someone who needs validation to someone who is grounded in self-trust. In romantic relationships, this is one of the most attractive qualities a person can develop. It signals maturity, it signals, and it communicates that your love is not rooted in dependency, but in freedom. There's a difference between loving someone and needing them to complete you. Emotional regulation is the bridge between those two states. It allows you to love fully without losing yourself. It allows you to care deeply without collapsing when they pull away. It allows you to remain open-hearted without abandoning your own needs. Think of a tree in a storm. The wind blows fiercely, the rain falls, but the tree stands firm. Its roots go deep. It may sway, but it does not break. Your emotional discipline is that root system. It holds you steady when the winds of uncertainty come. And in doing so, it becomes a source of safety for others. 2. When a man sees that you are no longer shaken by his presence or absence, he begins to reflect on his own emotional landscape. He may feel admiration, he may feel shame, he may feel longing, but most importantly, he begins to feel something real. Not just reaction, but resonance. And this resonance invites a different kind of connection. One that is no longer based on need, but on respect. One that is no longer built on power games, but on emotional alignment. To cultivate this state, you must practice. You must slow down. You must learn to sit with your feelings rather than act on them. You must learn to differentiate between emotion and identity. Just because you feel abandoned does not mean you are. Just because you feel triggered does not mean the other person is responsible for your inner state. This inner accountability is freedom. It liberates you from the chains of blame and resentment. It puts the power back into your hands, not to control others, but to control how you show up. There's a profound quote. You cannot control the storm, but you can control your sail. Your emotional regulation is your sail. It allows you to move through the chaos of human connection with grace. It allows you to turn toward the wind, rather than be thrown off course by it. And over time, this inner strength transforms the way others experience you. They no longer see someone who is at the mercy of their approval. They see someone who chooses herself again and again. Someone who feels deeply, yet moves wisely. Someone who is available, but not needy. Present, but not overexposed. This changes everything. In moments of emotional intensity, the one who breathes instead of bursts, who listens instead of lashes out, who observes instead of obsesses, this person becomes the lighthouse. Not just for others, but for herself. She becomes her own source of clarity. And from that space, she attracts not chaos, but coherence. So when a man returns, what he often feels first is not the memory of what you said, but the feeling of your energy. And if that energy is calm, self-contained, clear, he will notice. Whether he says it or not, he will feel the shift. He may not understand it, but something in him will begin to move. Because emotional regulation is not invisible. It is quietly radiant, and that quiet radiance draws people not toward your wounds, but toward your wisdom. There is a curious and often misunderstood phenomenon in human behavior. People tend to return, not necessarily to what was best for them, but to what felt most familiar. This isn't weakness, it's wiring. The brain, shaped by evolution, has a preference for patterns, for what it recognizes, even if those patterns were once flawed, incomplete, or emotionally inconsistent. When a man disappears from your life and reappears after a season of silence, it's easy to assume he's come back because he's had a great awakening. But quite often, it's something deeper, more subtle, and very much aligned with how the nervous system and emotional memory operate. After no contact, he doesn't just remember you as a person. He remembers the emotional climate you created. Maybe it was the way your voice softened in moments of tension. Maybe it was how you didn't always need to speak, yet your presence spoke volumes. Maybe it was simply the way you stayed centered, even when he was emotionally fragmented. That energy is what lingers. And when the world outside becomes chaotic, unfamiliar, or emotionally cold, the memory of that emotional climate becomes magnetic. This is what familiarity does. It creates emotional safety, sometimes without words. It doesn't mean the relationship was perfect. It doesn't mean you never argued, or that he didn't take you for granted. What it means is that somewhere in the experience of you, his system felt a form of comfort, a softness he didn't know how to name, but could feel. When the novelty of distraction fades, the soul starts to crave what once felt like home. A woman once shared that her former partner would come and go like the tide. He would vanish for weeks, sometimes months, only to resurface with a gentle message. "Hey, I've been thinking about you." At first, she mistook these returns as signs of love, signs that he was finally ready to give more. But over time, she realized something else. He was not returning because he had grown. He was returning because the world outside was cold, and she had once been warm. It wasn't love that brought him back. It was familiarity. It was refuge. Understanding this helps remove the illusion that someone's return always means transformation. But it doesn't diminish the value of your energy. On the contrary, it elevates it. It shows you just how powerful your presence is. That in a world full of noise, your way of being left a distinct imprint, not on his mind, but on his nervous system. The safety he felt in you didn't just come from your words. It came from your being. The human nervous system is constantly trying to find equilibrium. After a breakup, a period of detachment, or emotional silence, this system doesn't forget what once brought it into balance, even if that balance was taken for granted. So when life gets hard, when things fall apart, when external validation dries up, when new connections lack depth, the memory of emotional grounding resurfaces. It doesn't come as a thought. It comes as a pull. He might not even be fully aware of what he's missing, but his energy starts to shift. There's a restlessness, a sense of something unresolved, a whisper in the background of his mind. It felt different with her. Not necessarily easier, not always joyful, but different, more real, more grounding. This is why people can return even if they don't fully understand their own actions. Because emotional memory lives in the body, not just the mind. The body remembers the feeling of being with you, the tone of your presence. And when the world feels unstable, that memory becomes a lighthouse. But here's the deeper question. What did your presence represent to him? Was it unconditional care? Was it emotional regulation? Was it spiritual depth? Was it acceptance? The more rooted you were in those qualities, the more powerful that memory becomes. Because true emotional sanctuary is rare, and people who provide it are not forgotten. They are revisited. There's a story about a man who left a woman he once described as his center. He moved on to something more thrilling, more unpredictable. But after a year of chasing temporary highs, he reached out again. He said he missed her laughter, not the sound of it, but the way it seemed to wash over his chaos like warm rain. She didn't respond with bitterness. She didn't open the door again either. She simply smiled and realized, he misses the way I made him feel, not because I gave him comfort, but because I was comfort. This distinction matters, because it reveals the truth behind why men return. Not because you offered them a product, a performance, or perfection, but because you embodied something grounding, something their nervous system has been craving amidst the instability of the world. It is said that the deepest relationships are not formed through words, but through energy. You can sit in silence with someone and feel more seen than after hours of conversation with another. You can share a single moment, and in that moment, a part of their soul recognizes something they didn't know they were looking for. When a man feels that kind of presence, steady, calm, real, it is not easily replaced. He may try, he may distract himself, he may even believe he has moved on. But the body knows, the soul remembers. This memory becomes even more potent when you're no longer available, when your energy no longer flows toward him, when your emotional door closes, not in anger, but in clarity. That absence sharpens memory. It brings contrast. It shows him that what once felt so normal was actually extraordinary, and that awareness often doesn't surface until he tries to find that feeling elsewhere and fails. But here's where your growth deepens. Instead of interpreting his return as proof of your worth, you begin to see it as evidence of your impact. You stop needing to re-engage. You simply observe, because now you understand that you were not just a person in his life. You were a space, a sanctuary. And the more you have cultivated that within yourself, the more you realize that sanctuary is not something you give away freely anymore. Familiarity can make people bold. A man might assume that because you once loved him with depth and devotion, that door will always be open. But the most powerful shift happens when you allow him to remember you without needing to re-enter your life. When you allow his emotional pull toward you to remain a lesson for him, not a detour for you. When you have truly done the inner work, the emotional space you once held for someone does not evaporate, it evolves. It becomes something they carry within, even if they can no longer access it. You become a part of their emotional landscape, a memory that whispers when they sit in silence, a feeling they try to recreate in others but never quite find. This is not romantic fantasy, it is emotional reality, because what you provide emotionally is never neutral. It either heals or harms. And when you are someone who has chosen the path of healing, your presence becomes medicine. That medicine is remembered long after the prescription runs out. There's another story, quiet but telling, of a woman whose partner left abruptly during a time when she needed him most. He said he was overwhelmed, that he needed space. She gave it to him, not with coldness, but with dignity. In the months that followed, she transformed, not for him, but for herself. She began to embody the very grounding she used to seek from him. And when he returned, as they often do, he found her different, less emotionally accessible, more discerning, still warm, but no longer willing to open doors out of nostalgia. He said, "You feel even more like home now, but I also feel like I'm not sure if I belong anymore." She nodded, not because she didn't care, but because she had become the very refuge he once ran from. And she was no longer willing to lower her standards just because he remembered what he lost. This is the beauty and challenge of becoming emotionally grounded. You attract returns, but you also gain the clarity to recognize whether those returns are aligned with your growth. You understand that familiarity is powerful, but not always purposeful. You learn to discern between someone returning for comfort and someone returning for connection. And this discernment is what keeps your peace intact. You no longer need to perform. You no longer need to reopen old wounds to prove your worth. You simply hold your center. You watch, you feel, you decide not based on history, but on energy. Not based on memory, but on presence. The path of emotional maturity is not easy, but it is rich. Rich in wisdom, rich in clarity, and rich in self-respect. When you become a source of emotional safety for others, they may return when their lives become unstable. But your work is to ensure that your stability is no longer given away out of habit, that it is offered only where it is received with reverence. Because the truth is, the more emotionally grounded you become, the more you realize that your energy is a gift, and not everyone is meant to receive it again. No matter how deeply they remember what it once felt like, transformation is not what you say you've done. It is what you no longer react to. It is not the story you tell about yourself, but the energy you carry when no one is looking. When a man returns after silence, after absence, after walking away, what he truly responds to is not your waiting. It is your evolution. Who you have become in the space he left behind. And this is something you cannot fake. You can say all the right words. You can post the right pictures. You can even rehearse a confident tone. But the body knows the difference between performance and embodiment. The nervous system recognizes it. And the heart, the deeper emotional field between two people, feels it in ways that are impossible to explain. If your energy has shifted, if you have returned to yourself instead of waiting to be returned to, then the dynamic between you and the other has already changed. Whether or not he realizes it consciously, he will feel it. There is a story that often repeats itself in different forms. A woman, once entangled in a confusing connection, finally pulls away. She stops explaining. She stops over-giving. She stops centering her life around a man who offered inconsistency in the name of affection. At first, there is silence. But in that silence, something remarkable begins. Not in him, but in her. She doesn't simply wait. She begins to rebuild. At first, it is small. She spends more time in solitude. Not the kind of emptiness that aches for someone's return, but the kind that starts to feel sacred. Her mornings become intentional. She chooses silence over noise. She notices the tension that used to live in her chest has slowly softened. Her emotional focus shifts from analysis to awareness. And then something unexpected happens. She stops wondering what he's doing. Not because she no longer cares, but because something within her has begun to overflow. Not with longing, but with clarity. She begins to see that what she once called love was often just anxiety wrapped in hope. She begins to feel that peace, that rare and precious state, is not something he can give her. It's something she births within herself. And then he returns. Of course he returns. But this time, the wait is different. Not because his words have changed, but because she has changed. She hears his voice the same, but the emotions no longer pull her under. She sees his face, but it doesn't destabilize her center. Something inside her has taken root, and she realizes, without fanfare, without anger, that the version of her who once loved him is gone. This is the essence of true transformation. It is internal, it is silent, and it is unmistakable. When you shift your focus inward, when your growth becomes less about being seen and more about being aligned, you change everything without needing to announce it. The world feels this shift, especially those who were once entangled in your energy. They may not understand it. They may even test it, but they feel it. Psychologists call this energetic recalibration. It is the process by which your emotional patterns evolve, causing the patterns of those around you to either adapt or fall away. In relationships, this is often what causes someone to suddenly re-enter your life after a period of distance. They feel the gap not just in presence, but in the familiar emotional landscape. And something in them is drawn back, not to repeat the past, but because they can no longer find the version of you they used to depend on. It is easy to misunderstand this. A man returns, and you believe it is your patience that brought him back. But patience without inner work is not growth. It is passive endurance. It is the version of waiting that silently bleeds self-worth in the name of hope. But when you've truly transformed, your energy no longer waits. It expands, it rises. It no longer looks back to be claimed. It moves forward to be fully lived. And in that movement, the entire dynamic between you and the man who once left begins to shift. He may return with the same habits, the same language, the same rhythm. But now your nervous system responds differently. You are no longer entangled. You are no longer reactive. You observe, you breathe, you stay grounded. And in doing so, you introduce a new template for connection. One based not on emotional chaos, but on self-mastery. There is a quiet quote that captures this state of being. She no longer had to convince him she was enough. She had become enough for herself, and that was the end of needing anyone's permission. This shift cannot be forced. It cannot be simulated. It is cultivated in the discipline of being alone without being lonely, in choosing peace over performance, in sitting with discomfort long enough to see what it's trying to teach you, instead of running to find someone to distract you from it. Transformation is not about becoming harder. It's about becoming softer in the right places and firmer in the ones you used to collapse. It's about no longer sacrificing your emotional balance to manage someone else's inconsistency. It's about recognizing that love is not just about what you give, but also about what you hold. And the most powerful thing you can hold in love is your center. So, when a man returns after no contact, the question is not, what does he want? The real question is, what have I become in his absence? Because that answer will determine not just how the interaction unfolds, but how you feel after it ends. When you've truly transformed, his words cannot disturb your peace. His charm cannot bypass your boundaries. His attention cannot replace your self-awareness. And yet, there's a paradox. Your transformation doesn't just shield you, it invites him. But now, what he's being invited into is not the old dance. It's a new rhythm, one that requires him to meet you, not where you were, but where you are now. This is where emotional growth becomes a quiet teacher. You don't tell him to respect your boundaries. You leave them. You don't explain how you've changed. You embody the change. You don't demand reciprocity. You exist in such clarity that anything less becomes impossible to sustain. Sometimes this invites him to rise. Sometimes it reveals he cannot. Either way, your direction remains unchanged. Because now your sense of direction is not determined by the return of someone you once loved. It is guided by the emergence of the person you are finally becoming. There is a kind of maturity that doesn't shout. It doesn't need to. It's found in the way you pause before you speak, in the way you breathe before responding to a message, in the way you no longer feel the need to explain your value to someone who once overlooked it. It's in the way your energy says, I am not here to be chosen. I am here to ever choose. And this is what a returning man will feel most acutely. Not that you waited, but that you evolved. That what once was a dynamic based on emotional pursuit is now a reality based on conscious presence. He will feel the difference, not because you've become distant, but because you've become real. You are no longer hoping he will feel something in you. You have filled it yourself, and in doing so, you offer a different kind of love. Not the kind that clings, but the kind that knows. When you operate from this place, your very presence becomes a mirror. It reflects his own unresolved growth back to him. If he has grown, the mirror will affirm him. If he has not, it will quietly challenge him. But it will never again allow him to enter the same way he left. Because the door he walked out of no longer exists. You have built a new house, one made of stillness, clarity, discipline, and joy. And only those who can feel its sacredness are welcome to sit at your table. This is the silent power of transformation. And when you reach this level, you stop asking whether someone is coming back. You begin asking whether they can meet you here, not in memory, but in presence, not in theory, but in truth, not in desire, but in devotion. For it is not who left that defines your life. It is who you have became after they did? When you stop chasing answers outside of yourself and begin honoring the inner signals of your own mind, body, and spirit, something profound begins to unfold. The silence that once felt like abandonment transforms into space for self-discovery. The waiting that once felt powerless becomes the soil in which stillness, strength, and emotional clarity take root. Men do not return because they finally figured you out. They return because your absence revealed something their presence never could. Who they were in your energy and who they are without it. Your emotional discipline, your grounded stillness, your refusal to beg or perform. These are not reactions. They are reflections of growth, and growth is not loud, it is felt. What brings them back is not a tactic, not a game, not your pain. It is your transformation, and whether they stay or go again no longer defines you. Because now you've stepped into something far more powerful than being remembered. You've become unforgettable, not for what you did for him, but for who you became in his absence. Sometimes it is not the words themselves that hurt. It is the silence that follows after you've accepted them. There are things a man can say that do not merely hurt in the moment, but fracture your relationship with yourself. Words spoken carelessly or with quiet intention can leave invisible bruises. You don't see them, but you feel them, especially in the way you begin to second guess yourself. Your sleep is disturbed, your body tightens, and a once vibrant connection begins to feel like survival. But this is not about judging another. It is about seeing clearly. It is about honoring your inner energy, the frequency that alerts you when something is misaligned, even before the mind has words to explain it. This talk is not a warning. It is a practice in awareness. Because in relationships, what you allow continues. And what you recognize early saves you later. Let us begin. When we hear someone speak, our attention is naturally drawn to the words themselves. What is being said, how it sounds, what meaning it carries. But for the one who has cultivated inner silence, there is a deeper listening. A listening that moves beyond language into tone, rhythm, and vibration. In relationships, especially those of emotional closeness, it becomes essential to listen not merely for information, but for patterns. Because a man's words, even when casual or seemingly insignificant, often reveal his deepest internal architecture, his fears, his beliefs, his hidden intentions. It is easy to be swayed by charm. It is easy to be drawn to confidence cloaked in eloquence. But there is something more important than charisma, consistency. Words are windows into someone's inner world. And when a man speaks repeatedly in a way that disregards your needs, mocks your sensitivity, or constantly repositions himself as the center of every conversation, it is not the words that are the problem. It is the emotional blueprint behind them. Consider the phrase, "You're too sensitive." On the surface, it might sound like a harmless comment. It may even be delivered with a laugh, but when such words are repeated, especially after you've expressed discomfort or pain, they are no longer casual. They become a tool to reframe your reality, a subtle attempt to tell you that your emotional truth is invalid. And once that seed is planted, doubt begins to grow, not in the man who said it, but in the woman who received it. A woman, when deeply connected to her intuition, will feel the tension in her chest when such words are spoken. She will feel her breath shorten, even if she smiles to keep the peace. Her body registers a disturbance long before her mind finds the courage to question it. This is because the nervous system is not swayed by logic or excuses. It responds to vibration, to energy, to what feels safe or unsafe. It is not about being too sensitive. It is about being finely tuned. Neuroscience reveals that our brains are designed to detect threat through tone of voice, facial expressions, and subtle changes in body language. We are constantly scanning for cues. Is this person safe? Is this interaction building connection or eroding it? And when a man speaks words that consistently place blame, deflect responsibility, or ridicule emotional expression, the nervous system reacts as if it were being physically threatened. The response may be silent, but it is powerful. Increased cortisol, tightened muscles, interrupted sleep, and a growing sense of emotional withdrawal. In relationships, the words that are most dangerous are often the ones that are not shouted. They are whispered in moments of vulnerability. They are said when your guard is down. You always overthink everything. So, why do you have to make a big deal out of nothing? These phrases are not about you. They are a reflection of someone who is unwilling or unable to hold space for emotional complexity. They reflect a fear of depth, a discomfort with presence, and more importantly, a lack of capacity to engage in emotional reciprocity. Emotional safety is not built by words alone, but words are the doorway. When a man consistently uses language that diminishes your inner world, it is a sign that he is not yet connected to his own. And a person disconnected from his own emotions will always invalidate yours. Not because he wants to harm you, but because your depth threatens his numbness. Your awareness highlights his denial. And so the words come, not to connect, but to control. There is a story of a woman who sat across the dinner table from her partner every night, listening. He would speak of work, of politics, of people he admired. But when she tried to share her day, her inner experiences, he would nod, distracted. And then one evening, he said with a sigh, "Why do you always make things so emotional? Can't we just have a normal conversation?" It was in that moment she realized he was never really listening. He was only tolerating her presence, not honoring her being. And this realization didn't come from one cruel insult or a loud argument. It came from the slow erosion of feeling seen, the quiet dismissal of her emotional truth. This is how words reveal inner patterns, not by their volume, but by their repetition. Not by how dramatic they are, but by how subtly they reshape the dynamic between two people. Every time your experience is invalidated, you learn to speak less. Every time your truth is minimized, you shrink a little more. And soon you are not in a relationship. You are surviving one. Psychologists often refer to this as gaslighting, a term that describes the slow manipulation of someone's perception of reality. But long before the term was coined, ancient traditions already spoke of this. In Eastern philosophy, the concept of right speech is fundamental. It emphasizes speech that is honest, compassionate, and unifying. When someone speaks in a way that consistently divides, creates distance instead of closeness, it is not right speech. It is emotional noise disguised as communication. But perhaps even more revealing than the words themselves is the energy behind them. You see, the human body is an energetic instrument. It mirrors emotion and echoes intention. This is why two people can say the same sentence, but only one makes your stomach twist. It is not the sentence. It is the charge behind it. Imagine this: a man says, "You're lucky to have me." DOS. If spoken with light-hearted affection, in a moment of mutual joy, it might land playfully. But if spoken after a disagreement or when you voice your concerns, it carries a very different weight. In such cases, it is not a compliment. It is a declaration of dominance, a reminder of perceived power. And this is where energy begins to speak louder than words. Everything in life is energy. Every word carries a vibration, and in intimate relationships, this vibration shapes your emotional environment. You may not realize it, but your body is constantly adjusting to the emotional temperature set by another's tone. If a man frequently speaks from a place of superiority, impatience, or subtle disdain, your body begins to respond with quiet defense. Your shoulders tighten, your breathing shallows, your trust retracts, and yet we often ignore these signals. We excuse them. He's just stressed. Wow, he didn't mean it. Or I'm being too sensitive again. But what if sensitivity is not the problem? What if sensitivity is the wisdom of your body telling you that something is misaligned? The problem is not feeling too much. The problem is ignoring what you feel. In neurobiology, there is a concept called S-neuroception, the brain's ability to detect safety or danger in relationships without conscious awareness. This is what allows us to feel when someone is not being genuine, even if they smile. It is why you can feel drained after certain conversations, even when they seem normal on the surface. Your body is intelligent. It speaks through tension, fatigue, withdrawal. It keeps records not only of trauma, but of every subtle dishonoring. Now, pause for a moment and reflect. When was the last time someone said something to you that felt wrong, not because it was loud or cruel, but because it simply didn't match your truth? Perhaps it was a dismissive comment about your dreams. Perhaps it was a joke made at your expense in front of others. Perhaps it was silence when you needed reassurance. These are not small things. They are signals, and in a healthy relationship, such signals are met with curiosity and correction, not justification. Emotional attunement is the ability to sense, respond to, and respect the emotional states of another. In romantic connection, it is the foundation of intimacy. Without it, words become tools of manipulation instead of bridges of understanding. And when a man consistently fails to attune to your emotional reality, when his words bypass your experience to protect his ego, he is not protecting the relationship. He is protecting himself from growth. Growth requires confrontation, not of the other, but of the self. A man who is truly grounded, truly conscious, will not be afraid of emotional depth. He will not use words to escape. He will use them to expand understanding. He will say, tell me more, S-Asap. Help me understand what you feel. Sis, I didn't know that hurt you. Thank you for telling me. These words are not weak. They are courageous. They are the words of someone who values connection over control. In contrast, the man who says, you're too much, or you're imagining things, is not commenting on your character. He is revealing his own limits. He is saying, I cannot hold what you bring. And that is not a failure on your part. That is clarity. The purpose of listening deeply to a man's words is not to judge him, but to discern whether his internal world can coexist with yours. If his energy constantly tightens your chest, if his language routinely makes you question your worth, then your body has already given you the answer. Because in the end, safety is not just physical, it is emotional, spiritual, and energetic. It is the ability to be yourself without fear of ridicule. It is the ability to speak your truth without being silenced. And when that is missing, no matter how beautiful the exterior, the foundation is unstable. The man who values you will choose his words with presence. He will understand that each word is an offering, an imprint on your soul. And he will be careful not because he fears your reaction, but because he respects your being. We often think of boundaries as walls, as barriers to protect ourselves. But boundaries begin with language, with knowing which words support your growth and which ones shrink your spirit. And when someone repeatedly speaks in a way that dishonors you, the most powerful boundary is not an argument. It is distance. To walk away from such energy is not rejection. It is reverence. Reverence for your peace. Reverence for your body's wisdom. wisdom, reverence for the life you are here to live fully, not half-heartedly. The moment you choose alignment over approval, you begin to walk the path of self-mastery, not through resistance, but through remembrance of what you deserve and what you will no longer tolerate. Because the words a man speaks are never just about him. They are the mirrors that show you where you are headed. And if the path is paved with blame, dismissal, and control, then the direction is clear. You do not need to fix it. You only need to see it clearly, calmly, completely. And when you see it, truly see it, you will know what to do. There are certain things a man can say to a woman that don't merely sting for a moment. They slowly disassemble the very architecture of trust, confidence, and safety within the relationship. And often, these words are not violent, not loud, not even said in anger. They are quiet dismissals, subtle devaluations, veiled remarks that wear the face of humor or honesty, but carry with them the force of erosion. In the early days, they might be brushed off, laughed away, excused as quirks or moods or moments of stress. But if not recognized for what they are, these seemingly small statements grow roots. They become patterns, and soon they shape the dynamic in ways the mind cannot fully trace, but the heart unmistakably feels. Disrespect does not always come dressed in cruelty. Sometimes it arrives clothed in logic, laced with calmness, disguised as advice or concern. When a man says, "You're lucky I put up with this," or "Any other man would have left you by now," he is not giving feedback. He is issuing a warning, one that says your worth is conditional, that your presence is tolerated rather than cherished. And if you stay silent in the face of such statements, you begin to digest them. You begin to believe that love must be earned by shrinking, by appeasing, by bending your truth until it no longer resembles who you are. Psychology has long explored the mechanisms of emotional abuse, but beyond the terminology lies a deeper, more human truth. Words are power. And when someone uses them to belittle, shame, or devalue, they are not just expressing opinion, they are trying to reshape your self-image. This is not miscommunication. This is not a difference in perspective. This is a signal that something in the relationship is not rooted in mutual respect, but in control. Eastern philosophy teaches that clarity precedes peace. Without clarity, one tolerates chaos in the name of love. But when we become clear about what is respectful, what is supportive, and what is sacred, then peace is not something we chase. It becomes the natural state of our relationships. And clarity begins with awareness. To notice not only how someone treats you in public, but how they speak to you in moments of frustration, in vulnerability, in private, when no one else is listening. There was once a woman, strong on the outside, independent in her work, admired by her friends. And yet, every evening, she returned home to a man who had learned how to use words like weapons. Silent weapons that did not bruise the skin, but wounded her inner knowing. When she spoke of her needs, he'd reply, "You're just being dramatic again." When she succeeded in her work, he'd say, "Let's see how long you can keep that up." And when she finally confronted him with trembling hands about how his words made her feel, he looked her straight in the eye and said, "You always twist everything. You're impossible to talk to." And in that moment, she doubted herself more than ever. This is how disrespect operates, not as a single event, but as a slow, cumulative distortion of your perception. It tells you that your emotions are flawed, that your needs are excessive, that your expectations are unreasonable. And if repeated long enough, you start adjusting, not the relationship, but yourself. You begin to walk on eggshells. You rehearse your words before speaking. You apologize for feeling, and your spirit, once vibrant, grows quiet, But true connection cannot thrive in the presence of disguised contempt. A man who cannot respect your boundaries, who turns your voice into a problem to be solved rather than a truth to be held, is not engaging in love. He is engaging in defense, not of the relationship, but of his ego. Because to truly love someone means to witness them without needing to minimize their reality. In every relationship, conflict will arise, but how that conflict is handled reveals everything. The difference between growth and destruction is not the presence of disagreement, but the quality of dialogue. When someone responds to your pain by saying, "You're too emotional," what they are really saying is, "I don't want to feel responsible for how my actions affect you." And that is not partnership. That is avoidance. Neuroscience confirms what ancient wisdom has always known: the nervous system is shaped by repeated interaction. If your partner's words consistently make you feel unsafe, unsure, or unworthy, then your body will eventually adapt by shutting down emotional expression altogether. You'll find yourself quiet in moments you used to speak. You'll say, "Oh, it's okay," even when it's not. You'll begin to edit yourself to fit within the emotional limitations of the one who cannot meet you where you are. And yet, this adaptation is praised in society. It is called compromise. But compromise without clarity becomes self-abandonment. And when a man continually uses language to assert dominance, superiority, or conditional acceptance, the wisest thing you can do is not to explain, not to negotiate, not to educate, but to observe. And once the pattern becomes clear, the next step is not to wait for change, but to honor your truth. Disrespect is not a phase. It is not something that improves with time. It is a symptom of deeper misalignment, one that no amount of patience or effort can heal if it is not recognized and addressed at the root. The body always knows. Long before the mind admits what is happening, the body sends signals. A tight stomach during conversations. Shallow breath when you anticipate his reaction. A constant loop of overthinking after every interaction. These are not random sensations. They are messengers. The nervous system speaks in sensation. And when the words you hear consistently create contraction, it is a sign that your body does not feel safe. This brings us into a deeper understanding of how inner biology influences relational awareness. In moments of perceived threat, whether physical or emotional, the autonomic nervous system activates protective responses. Fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. In toxic dynamics, it is often the fawn response that arises appeasement. You try harder to be agreeable. You minimize your needs to avoid conflict. You mold yourself into a version you hope will be more acceptable. But this is not peace. It is survival disguised as harmony. The danger lies in how normalized this becomes. Over time, your inner compass becomes quiet. You stop trusting your sensations. You rationalize what feels wrong. And this is where emotional numbness begins. You don't feel, but because feeling became too costly, too dangerous. And yet, numbness is not the answer. Reconnecting to your emotional truth is, there is a story from ancient times of a woman who lived near the sea. She spent her days gathering herbs, speaking to the wind and watching the tides. One day, a man arrived, strong, charming, persuasive. He promised her safety, stability, a home that would protect her from the storms. She followed him inland, far from the sea, far from her rhythm. At first, she was grateful, but with time, she grew restless. Her skin missed the salt, her breath missed the wind. And one morning, he said to her, "Why are you never satisfied?" She looked at him, not with anger, but with realization. It wasn't dissatisfaction, it was misplacement. She had traded her natural rhythm for his version of safety. And the cost was her soul. This is what happens when we ignore the voice of our nervous system. When we interpret tension as love, when we call suppression maturity, The inner body always knows where it belongs. And when it is constantly in a state of vigilance, something is deeply misaligned. Emotional safety is not just a concept. It is a physiological state. It is the difference between relaxing into someone's presence and feeling the need to constantly manage it. And the words a man uses, over time, are either creating that safety or disrupting it. When a man responds to your boundaries with anger, when he mocks your emotions, when he uses your vulnerabilities against you, this is not emotional immaturity. This is emotional aggression. It may be wrapped in sarcasm, in stillness, in calculated silence, but its impact is no less damaging because words, when used with the intent to confuse or control, bypass logic and go straight into the nervous system. They bypass reasoning and imprint as fear. The man who truly cares for you will notice your breath when you speak. He will pay attention not just to your words, but to the energy behind them, and he will never use your sensitivity as a weapon, because he knows sensitivity is not weakness. It is the language of the soul, and the soul is where real love speaks. The body's response is the most honest feedback you will ever receive in a relationship. More honest than promises, more accurate than apologies, more consistent than any declaration of love. When your body contracts every time he raises his voice, that is not a phase. When your stomach aches after every argument, that is not coincidence. When you find yourself dissociating during intimacy, that is not normal. These are signs, and the most dangerous thing you can do is to silence them, because silence does not mean healing. It means suppression, and suppressed truths always return, either as illness, as breakdown, or as awakening. The path of awakening often begins with a simple moment, a sentence, a look, a final straw. The nervous system says, no more. And if you listen, truly listen, you will hear the body saying, it's time. Time to realign. Time to return. Time to choose not what looks good, not what is convenient, but what is true. You were not born to endure disrespect disguised as passion. You were not made to carry someone else's emotional wounds as your responsibility. You are not here to fix what someone else refuses to see. You are here to live fully, to love deeply, and to be met at the same depth with honesty, respect, and reverence. And if the words spoken to you are repeatedly stripping away your worth, silencing your intuition, or shaking your inner stillness, then your body is already walking away, even if your feet have not moved. Listen to that wisdom. Listen not only with your ears, but with your whole being, because in the end, it is not just what is said that matters. It is how it makes you feel, how it shapes your breath, how it alters your self-concept. And if a man's words leave you confused, diminished, or constantly on edge, you do not need to explain why you feel what you feel. You only need to trust that you feel it. There is no argument stronger than embodied truth, no justification more sacred than your peace, and no relationship worth sacrificing your clarity for. When words are used as weapons, let your boundaries become your sanctuary. When your nervous system tightens, let it be the compass that leads you back, not to comfort, but to truth. Peace is not the absence of conflict. It is not found in pretending everything is fine when it is not. True peace, especially within a relationship, is born from clarity, inner alignment, and the ability to recognize what serves your growth and what stifles your spirit. In this way, peace is an expression of self-respect, and self-respect cannot exist where boundaries are absent. Yet so often, boundaries are misunderstood. They are mistaken for rejection, for coldness, or for selfishness. But boundaries are not walls. They are invitations, clear invitations to meet each other in truth, with presence, with maturity. A man who constantly pushes your limits, who speaks with disregard, who jokes about your insecurities under the guise of playfulness, Such a man is not confused about your boundaries. He is testing the absence of them. And every time you allow it, every time you ignore the contraction in your chest or the sharpness behind his words, you are not being understanding. You are teaching him how to treat you. The patterns we accept become the treatment we receive. In many relationships, especially those built on strong chemistry or deep emotional history, the idea of boundaries can feel threatening. There is a fear. If I speak my truth, he might leave. But silence never prevents loss, it only delays it. And in the meantime, it begins to cost you your joy, your vitality, your trust in yourself. A woman who suppresses her voice to keep a man by her side may keep his body near, but his soul will remain untouched, because real intimacy requires authenticity, and authenticity cannot breathe in an environment where you are afraid to say no. Eastern philosophy teaches that balance must be preserved in all things. Without balance, chaos arises. In relationships, boundaries are the balancing force. They define where you end and the other begins. They allow love to be exchanged, not consumed. They create a sacred space in which both individuals can thrive without overstepping into each other's emotional terrain. But boundaries do not need to be aggressive. They are not ultimatums. They are not rules. They are inner agreements that say, this is what honors my well-being. This is how I remain in integrity with myself. When you understand this, boundaries become less about pushing others away and more about protecting what is sacred within. There was once a woman named Ela. She was soft-spoken, kind, deeply empathetic. She had always been told that she was too nice, that she let people walk all over her. In truth, she found it easier to say yes than to deal with the discomfort of conflict. In her relationship, this pattern continued. Her partner would cancel plans last minute, make jokes about her family, flirt with others in her presence, and when she brought it up, he would say she was overreacting. So she stopped bringing it up. She told herself it was not worth the argument. But over time, something shifted, not in him, but in her. Her body grew tired. Her laughter became less frequent. Her inner world began to feel distant, as if she was living in someone else's life. And one evening, while sitting quietly alone, she heard a thought she had never allowed before. I don't feel safe here. That night, she didn't yell. She didn't make a dramatic exit. She simply began to return to herself. She began to remember that peace is not found by enduring discomfort. It is found by honoring it. A boundary is not something you announce once in anger. It is something you embody consistently in presence. You do not need to scream to be heard. You need to speak with clarity, with calm, with conviction, and you must be willing to follow through, not as punishment, but as self-preservation. The nervous system is deeply involved in the setting and enforcement of boundaries. When a boundary is crossed, the body reacts, sometimes subtly, sometimes loudly. You may feel tension in your throat, a tightness in your chest, or a sudden fatigue. These are not random reactions. They are physiological signals that something in your environment is not supportive of your inner stability. In such moments, your task is not to suppress the sensation. It is to pause and listen. Modern psychology refers to co-regulation, the way two nervous systems respond and adapt to each other in intimate connection. In a healthy relationship, partners regulate each other through attunement, support, and safety. But when boundaries are absent, co-regulation becomes dysregulation. Instead of calming each other, partners trigger one another, creating cycles of confusion, anxiety, and mistrust. When a man disregards your boundaries, it is not only a behavioral issue, it is a nervous system issue. It creates a physiological environment of chronic stress, which in time affects your mental clarity, emotional resilience, and even physical health. This is why certain relationships feel exhausting, even when nothing dramatic is happening. Because your body is constantly managing threat, trying to protect you from the next hurtful comment, the next dismissive glance, the next unpredictable outburst. In such an environment, the mind starts rationalizing. He's just going through something. He didn't mean it like that. He has a good heart. But the body remains unconvinced because the body does not respond to hope. It responds to history. And if the history is filled with disregard, the body will remain in defense. It will not relax simply because you want it to. It needs consistency. It needs evidence. This is where boundary clarity becomes crucial. You must become so familiar with your own values, needs, and limits that you no longer negotiate them for temporary comfort. When a man mocks your vulnerability and calls it weakness, when he pushes past your no with humor or pressure, when he repeatedly crosses lines you've clearly expressed, it is not time for a deeper explanation. It is time for a deeper alignment with yourself. There is power in quiet decisions. You do not need to fight. You do not need to convince. You need to choose. Choose not from fear or anger, but from remembrance. The remembrance of who you are before you were told you had to tolerate discomfort to be loved. Boundaries also require inner discipline. They are not maintained through mood, but through mastery. There may be moments when you are tempted to make exceptions. When you tell yourself, just this once, because you fear being alone. But every time you make an exception that violates your well-being, you reinforce the belief that your peace is negotiable. And the longer you allow that pattern, the harder it becomes to return to yourself. Discipline is not about harshness. It is about devotion. Devotion to your inner harmony, to the life you are building, to the vision you hold of love as a space where you can be fully seen, not selectively accepted. When you are devoted to this, boundaries become less about rejection and more about resonance. You begin to attract those who respect your clarity, not resent it. There is a saying, if someone gets upset when you set a boundary, that's confirmation the boundary was needed. Healthy men are not afraid of boundaries. They are grateful for them. Because boundaries show you have a relationship with yourself, and a person who respects you wants to honor that relationship, not override it. In the earliest stages of romance, it is easy to overlook subtle oversteps. You might call them quirks. You might say, he's just being playful. But how someone responds to your first few no's reveals everything. If your discomfort is met with defensiveness, if your requests are met with deflection, pay attention. That is not love. That is resistance. And resistance often hides a deeper fear, not of losing you, but of being held accountable to your standards. To create lasting harmony, you must become unwavering in your standards, not rigid, but rooted. Rooted in the knowing that love is not about merging into one another. It is about meeting over and over again as two whole beings who bring their fullness into the space between them. Boundaries protect that space. They preserve the sacredness of what is being built. There once was a couple who had been together for many years. On the surface, everything looked fine. They had stability, shared routines, a sense of familiarity. But underneath, the woman had long stopped expressing her needs. Her partner would make decisions without her, joke about her in front of others, dismiss her concerns as overthinking. And though she never confronted him, she grew more distant with each passing year. One day, during a walk, he asked why she no longer looked at him the way she used to. Her answer was quiet. Because you never listened when I did. That moment was not a dramatic explosion. It was the slow unveiling of years of boundaryless connection, of affection built on silence, of presence without protection. Boundaries are not loud, they are steady. They do not require a justification. They require awareness. And when set with clarity, they begin to rewire not only your relationships, but your entire sense of self. You begin to realize that your value is not dependent on how much you endure. It is reflected in how much you honor your own energy. The most profound relationships are not those without conflict, but those where conflict does not threaten connection. And this is only possible when boundaries are clear, consistent, and respected. When you can say, "That doesn't feel good," and the other responds not with defense, but with presence. Have you ever wondered why, once you awaken, love no longer feels like falling, but rising? Why those who have truly seen reality stop chasing the thrill of romance and instead embody love itself? Stay with me. This may change how you understand connection forever. Welcome to Shi Heng, E-Mind, Set, where awareness meets action and the journey inward becomes your greatest path forward. I am Shi Heng Yi. Let's explore the truth behind awakened love. Have you ever noticed how people spend their entire lives searching for love, believing that one day they will find someone who will make them feel whole, complete, and fulfilled? This search becomes their journey, their obsession, their silent prayer. Yet, the more they chase it, the more it seems to escape them. They fall in love, they fall out of love, and again they repeat the cycle, convinced that somewhere out there, the right person will finally make them feel at peace. But there comes a moment, a quiet, almost invisible moment, when something within shifts. It's not a decision, it's an awakening. And suddenly, love is no longer something to chase, but something that has always been there, waiting to be seen. When one truly awakens, love ceases to be an emotion that rises and falls. It ceases to depend on another person's presence, words, or validation. Instead, it becomes an unbroken current of being. Imagine standing by a lake before sunrise. The water is still, silent, and clear. The sky begins to lighten, and the reflection of the first light touches the surface. That moment of stillness, that merging of light and reflection, that is love. It is not the meeting of two beings, but the recognition of oneness that was always there. The awakened person does not look outward and say, "I love you because you make me feel alive." They look inward and realize, "I am love itself." And from that realization, every connection becomes sacred, not because of desire, but because of awareness. Before awakening, love often feels like a hunger. The heartache is for someone else to fill its emptiness. The mind creates a story, one of two souls meeting, healing, completing each other. It sounds beautiful, and in the dream of life, it can even feel divine. But underneath it lies a silent misunderstanding, the belief that love is something we get. The truth is, we never get love. We only experience it to the degree that we allow it to flow through us. When you awaken, this becomes crystal clear. You see that love has never been an external exchange. It is not a currency to be traded. It is your very nature, the essence that animates every heartbeat, every breath, every moment of presence. So when the awakened being meets another, they no longer fall into love. They stand in love. They don't get swept away by emotions because their center has become still. They love without needing. They give without expecting. And paradoxically, in that giving, they receive everything. To the unawakened, this might seem cold or detached, but it's not detachment, it's freedom. Freedom from clinging, from fear, from the endless highs and lows that once defined human romance. It is a love that remains even when the object of affection disappears, a love that continues even when life changes direction. When illusion dissolves, something profound is revealed. Most people don't fall in love with a person. They fall in love with the idea of that person, the reflection of their own longing. They see what they want to see. The awakened mind cannot be deceived in this way because it sees beyond the mask. It sees that what we call falling in love is often the ego's attempt to find meaning through another. It's a beautiful attempt, yes, but still a misunderstanding. Awakening burns away that misunderstanding. You realize that you were never missing a half. You were the whole, looking for itself through the eyes of another. And this realization doesn't make life dull, it makes it luminous. Every encounter becomes richer, more meaningful, because you no longer need anyone to make you feel complete. You start to love people not because of what they give, but because of what they are. Expressions of the same life that breathes through you. Love becomes a natural state of being, not an emotional transaction. You can hold someone close without fear of losing them, because you no longer believe that their presence defines your happiness. You can let them go without bitterness, because your peace was never borrowed from them. When you awaken, your heart stops falling and starts expanding. There is no longer the trembling excitement of infatuation, but instead a deep calm joy that does not depend on conditions. The awakened one no longer says, "I need you to make me feel loved." They say, "Because I am love, I can love you freely." There is a quiet strength in this, a beauty that cannot be shaken by time or circumstance. You realize that every act of love, whether toward a partner, a friend, or a stranger, is an act of remembering who you are. Before awakening, love feels like a climb towards something higher. After awakening, you see that there was nowhere to climb. You were already standing at the peak, but your eyes were closed. The search ends not because you found someone perfect, but because you found clarity. The illusion of separation dissolves, and what remains is pure connection. Connection with everything, not just with one person. You begin to see the divine in all forms, the smile of a stranger, the warmth of the sun, the sound of rain, the rhythm of your own breath. Love is no longer an emotion. It is existence itself recognizing itself. It's a subtle shift, but it changes everything. The heart that once begged to be filled now overflows. The mind that once feared rejection now finds peace in silence. The body that once trembled for attention now radiates calm. Love, in its awakened form, is not about passion, it is about presence. When two awakened beings meet, they do not complete each other. They reflect each other. They see the same light within, and they honor it without trying to possess it. That is the purest intimacy, an intimacy beyond words, beyond time, beyond attachment. And so, the awakened no longer fall in love, because falling implies losing balance, losing awareness. They have learned to walk on steady ground. They rise in love not because they reject the human experience, but because they have outgrown the illusion that love is found outside the self. They embody the truth that love is not a relationship. It is the rhythm of existence itself. And when you understand this, you stop searching for love stories and start living as love itself. When you awaken, love ceases to be something that happens between two hearts. It becomes the heartbeat of the universe within you. When the heart awakens to truth, something profound happens to the nature of attachment. What once felt like love is seen for what it often was, a subtle form of possession. People hold each other not just with their arms, but with invisible strings of expectation, fear, and desire. We call it care, we call it commitment, but beneath it often lies the quiet terror of losing what gives us comfort. The awakened one begins to see through this. They begin to notice how much of what we call love is actually an attempt to secure permanence in an impermanent world. And in that seeing, a new kind of freedom emerges. Not the freedom of indifference, but the freedom of trust. You realize that nothing and no one can truly belong to you, because life itself does not belong to you. The people you love are not possessions. They are travelers walking beside you for a time. To try to hold them forever is to fight the river of existence itself. When this truth sinks in, a deep peace replaces the anxiety of attachment. You can love deeply, yet remain untied. You can give fully, yet remain free. You stop demanding from others the impossible task of making you whole, and in return, you stop burdening yourself with the guilt of not being enough for them. This freedom does not create distance, it creates purity. When love is free of ownership, it becomes vast and luminous. It breathes. It moves without resistance. When you no longer cling, the energy that was once trapped in fear begins to circulate as compassion. The one who awakens does not need to control what comes and goes, because they see that everything that leaves creates space for something new to arrive. Every person who enters your life is a teacher, and every departure is a lesson. To awaken is to stop fighting these movements of the universe, to stop grasping at permanence, and to start flowing with what is. In this stillness, love begins to change its form. It shifts from emotional dependency into silent presence. Before awakening, love is loud, filled with promises, declarations, and constant reassurance. After awakening, it becomes quiet, steady, and radiant like the sun. You no longer need to say, "I love you," to prove it, because your presence itself becomes an expression of love. When you sit with someone in full awareness, without agenda or judgment, you are offering something far greater than affection. You are offering your being. This presence is not passive, it is powerful beyond measure. When two people meet in presence, time dissolves. There is no past, no future, no comparison, only now. And in that now, love flourishes without fear. The awakened person no longer searches for the thrill of emotional intensity, because they have discovered a deeper intensity, the quiet fire of awareness itself. It is not the beating heart that defines their love, but the still space in which that heartbeat happens. Such love does not fluctuate with moods or conditions. It remains even when words fail, even when separation occurs. It does not demand to be seen, because it sees everything. It does not need to be returned, because it is complete within itself. The love that comes from presence does not say, "Be mine." It says, "Be free." It does not say, "Stay with me forever." It says, "May your path unfold in truth." It is not a bargain, but a blessing. This is why the awakened no longer fall in love. They rise in love. To fall is to lose awareness, to surrender control to emotion, to be swept away by illusion. But to rise in love is to stand firmly in consciousness and still allow the heart to open. It is a paradox. To be fully vulnerable, yet unshakably grounded. To feel everything deeply, yet remain unbroken. The awakened heart does not close itself to the world. It simply refuses to be enslaved by its fluctuations. When you rise in love, you no longer chase intensity. You seek depth. You are not drawn to someone because they excite your senses, but because they resonate with your stillness. You are not captivated by how they make you feel, but by how freely you can be yourself in their presence. Love becomes a spiritual practice, a mirror that reflects your own state of being. Every relationship becomes a temple, every interaction a meditation. You begin to see that love was never meant to be a drama, but a path to awakening. To rise in love means to meet another from fullness, not from lack. It means to give without asking for a return, to listen without needing to respond, to support without trying to fix. In rising love, two souls do not bind each other, they liberate each other. They walk together not because they need to, but because their journeys align in truth. When one rises, the other rises too, and in that shared elevation, there is no dependency, only resonance. This form of love is rare because it cannot be understood by the mind. It can only be lived through awareness. The mind wants to measure, to define, to possess. But awareness simply witnesses. It allows everything to be as it is. In that allowance, love reveals its truest face, infinite, formless, eternal. You begin to realize that love is not between two people. It is the space in which two people meet. It is not a story with a beginning and end. It is the silence before the story even begins. To live in this awareness is to live in continuous awe. You no longer ask, who will love me? You ask, how can I remain as love itself? Every moment becomes an opportunity to express it, not through grand gestures, but through the smallest acts of attention. The way you breathe, the way you walk, the way you look at the world, all become reflections of the love that lives in you. This love heals not by touching others, but by awakening them to their own wholeness. The awakened heart no longer fears loss, because it sees that love can never be lost. What disappears is only form, not essence. People come and go, moments rise and fade, but the awareness that holds them remains untouched. This understanding transforms pain into wisdom, longing into gratitude, and separation into serenity. The awakened one smiles, not because everything is perfect, but because they have stopped asking it to be. Love in its awakened state is a quiet revolution. It ends the inner war between need and fear. It teaches you that to let go is not to lose, but to honor what is real. And when you live from that space, you realize that you are no longer seeking love. You are embodying it. Every breath you take becomes an offering to existence itself. There comes a point in the journey of awareness where something subtle yet revolutionary happens within the heart. The energy that once rushed toward desire, that once clung and grasped, begins to soften. What once was an urgent need to have, to hold, to possess, becomes a quiet and sacred appreciation for what is. It's as if love begins to breathe again after being suffocated by years of expectation. You stop reaching outward and start seeing the beauty in simply witnessing. Desire turns into appreciation. The fever of wanting cools into the
I know it's 4 hours. This is the last show, but we're going to go ahead and start it all over.